Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I am your host down the Crypto TA. The day after our FOMC meeting, I hope everybody had a safe day yesterday. Trying to trade the market, it was absolutely choppy. Um, Ethereum started out really strong into FOMC and then it faltered. So did Bitcoin was not as strong yesterday as Ethereum was, and you know everything basically was a nothing burger at the moment. But the good news is we didn't sell off as harsh as we did the last time. We got to sell off, but not as hard as we did the last time. So I'm gonna stick with that. Right now, we're just in between the golden pocket and the 786. I do not really see any structure in here. I do know that we're squeezing through here, which is why we're going sideways right here in this little bit of a range right here. Probably about from this low here to this top. We're probably just going, we're within a tight squeeze. It's not really any structure to this, so I'm going to assume that we get another little push to the downside. That's what I'm going to assume. Um, yeah, possibly we get another little push to the downside, but the the MACD, not the MACD, well, the delta is riding the zero line. I really hate when I see that. I know that it is a squeeze. That is what it indicates. It indicates a squeeze. It got me on Tuesday. It got me on Tuesday because I was unsure come Tuesday, when we were looking at the chart. I was like, just leave it alone, let it clear itself up. Whenever it does this right here, where it's just hanging around on the block. You ever see somebody just chilling on the block, just sitting in that same little spot? Something's about to pop off, okay? So that's what that means when you see the MACD. Either the MACD or the delta. The delta itself can just stick right here, but one of them has to be sticking here. Both of them are sticking here. Same situation. It's some sort of an explosive move in either direction. I really can't tell what direction the MACD is going to go, but that's what it tends to indicate, a squeeze. So you can see here, you can see how it got that little pop right there. You can see over here how we hung out around the mean here, just hanging out around the mean, pop, just hanging out around the mean. Well, this is a squeeze. This they were just squeezing it up at that time, just hanging around the mean, and just hang around here. Low volatility, expecting some sort of an explosive move to take place. So I know that we're sitting here and we're looking at that. I'm assuming that we come down. I actually don't know. Again, I don't know what direction this is going to go, and this is just really sideways. So I really have no clue. If it was more something like this right here, we could speculate. I can't even speculate right now. Let's go out to the higher time frame. Let's see. I'm gonna show you this pattern right here on a different time frame. I know a lot of people have been doing this pattern, but again, a good way of drawing out patterns is using something like the Bollinger Bands. Like, it really gives you a sense of what the pattern actually is. So a lot of people have it like in a channel. It was more or less of a channel because I managed to catch this short right here because of that. So if you zoom back, is this connection? It's not how I've seen it. And it might still be. It just hasn't played it yet. I see a lot of people with it something like this. They have it something like this. But if you zoom out, or if you use something else to just kind of help you see it, that is exactly what it is. It's more of a wedge structure than a channel. So it tapped it perfectly yesterday, on Wednesday. It tapped it Tuesday. I'm sorry, it tapped it perfectly on Tuesday, and I keep wanting to say Wednesday, and that's what we rejected. I think I might have captured that on Ethereum as well. But Ethereum, we already talked about where price could possibly go to on Ethereum, and that is exactly where we rejected from on Ethereum. So our little golden levels for Ethereum, they slap. They absolutely slap. So that's what we ended up tapping into right here. this line right here. So I have it through here too. We're trying to hold some sort of support through here. I actually put it like this. It was like this prior because of the Bollinger. Yes, I want to keep one of those on here. So now I could probably just drop this down. I try to follow along with where, you know, yeah, I'll leave it where it is. I'll leave it where it is. But that is what we have. Just kind of trying to hold on in here. Probably, I mean, if we drop down, I will look down there to that trend line, and here we go right here too. And I kind of look for the SFP after we came into that, just to make sure that that was going to be a solid rejection for Bitcoin. I don't know why that just disappeared. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. It has a mind of its own. But that's our little hockey stick is what I like to call it. And draw a little pole right here and or rod right here, and you got a hockey stick. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Um and this line right here again, this line is lower if you don't know, and that's because I adjusted it off of the monthly time frame. Yeah. I adjusted it off of the monthly time frame. See. Same scenario over there. And of course, we're still battling with overall, we're still battling with the neckline in here. Uh, we're still battling with this. That's what we keep hitting right now. We're hitting this little line pivot right here. And we're not managing to push through that. So that's what we keep rejecting off of that. Right. Currently holding up around the point of control at the moment. So you can see that it's currently holding up around that point of control in between that golden pocket 786. All right. You can see all the resistance we would have in our push up, but that's fine. We challenged all of that over here too. These are not as close together. I do notice that these are not as close together as this right here, so it might be a little bit easier to push up through here, as opposed to this. Or is it the opposite? They're not welded though. They're not welded. They're not binding together. This isn't binding together like it binded together here, or like it binded together here, or like it binded together here. I don't even know what it means. Honestly, I don't even know what it means. Nothing probably. Might be a little harder to break through all of this. That is what I'm going to assume. It's a little harder to break through all of this, um, as opposed to over here and here and here with that spread. So just treat each one like some sort of a resistance, because you want to see them flip. You wouldn't get an easy flip out of this. Yeah. That's what we're doing right now. So we're just gonna chill and give this Give this a minute to decide the direction, because again, I really don't have a sense of direction on this. It is low volatility. I know that much. Yeah. Well, I guess we can just. I mean, still, let's just see what our pattern is. Looks symmetrical. I mean, not symmetrical, but it looks like a ascending triangle. That's what it looks like. Looks like a little ascending triangle, but we'll see what direction it wants to break out of. Think I deleted everything else that was in here. And then we can get rid of this now. And just focus on this little thing right here. I'm playing around with a new indicator too. It's an RSI indicator, but something that I just did yesterday. So I'm giving it a test. I modified my momentum to match it, to give like reads on where it'd be a good place to potentially take a long or to take a short. And I did a little bit of back testing on it, and I've taken a few trades off of it, and it's been pretty good so far. So far. It's not gonna be right every time, and I know that. Um, but it's really not a, I don't know. Um, it's all right though. It's all right. Nothing spectacular, but it's okay. Let's take a look at Ethereum. All right, so this was ETH yesterday, with the triangle formation in here. And it was doing pretty good until it wasn't. And I did a paper trade on ETH. I actually traded Solana yesterday, but I did a paper trade. I'm sitting in a Solana position now, but I was paper trading this one right here. So I tried it with the indicator read in here first, because we were at the 786. And then I did it from here because that's actually where our resistance is, the level that we talked about price being able to push up to for Ethereum. Um, we talk about that every stream. So you could have caught that. You could have caught it. Always tell you, watch this level and watch this one. So that ended up being a good short, even though I did not take this with actual capital. Didn't take it with actual capital. And even when I didn't take it with actual capital, it was only set for 3-to-1. So it didn't take into account all of this right here. But right now we're rejecting at the golden pocket, basically bouncing from the 786 at the moment. So in between 786 and golden pocket is where Ethereum price is at right now. And it's probably the same thing as we're seeing over there with Bitcoin. So let's just go ahead and do this with it at least. And so after the 786, I have the 0.886 in here, and then I have the well, one one in here, and then I come into 1.4 and then 1.6 right here, and that captures that allows me to not have to draw an additional fib retracement. This would be like your golden pocket right here from the larger pool, from the lower pool on the fib. That would be like your golden pocket, and that would be your 786 right here. So that's equivalent to that here for Ethereum. That's why I have it like that. All right, let me show you the resistance I'm talking about that we always talk about. Okay, first of all, let's take a look at this here. on Ethereum. So you see this little rising structure through here, and I put this on a line bias as opposed to the wicks. So I just took the wicks out of here. I didn't really need the wicks in this case because we have our levels that we watch. So that is where I mean you could use that. It's actually better. It's even better putting it on the wicks. You get a better top on it. But I took it off of the wick because I wanted to get more touches. But you can see if you used it with the wick. So you probably would have missed that if it wasn't on the body. So that's what I'm watching there. And then just a better way of seeing our level. This is the one we talked about in here, that if price fell to the downside, we'd be looking at this one. Pop to the upside, we'd be looking at this one right here. So the 34, 62, 35, 73. So if for some reason Ethereum comes back up again, we're going to either look back at the same level for a double top, or we're going to look for price to push up into 35.73. That's going to be our next level of resistance coming in here for Ethereum. There to the downside, it was a 27 to 26, and then here we talked about it potentially catching the golden pocket 786 in here, which is what it did there in that occasion. There's really nothing right now. We know that we're hitting resistance. We see the structure is something that tends to break to the downside. There's also the fact that we could still be trying to play out a head and shoulder formation on Ethereum. You've seen that on my chart here. So there's still the possibility that we're playing out a shoulder, a head, a shoulder, and that we came up and back tested it there, and we're still playing this out. And this is just a bear flag that pushes us down to finish out our measured move. So just bear that in mind. I'm not telling you that it's going to play out, but we always put this, we've gotten in a habit of putting this kind of stuff on the chart now, just in case it does. So we know what we're looking forward to if this, then that kind of situation. So possibly shoulder, head, shoulder. We've already back tested it, likely authenticating it. And, we can be looking down here, which takes us into our macro analysis over here, which if we lose the golden pocket, if we lose that point of control, this has been a zone for price action to return to. In here, right about where the 786 is located at, and then also VWAP, 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 VWAP. All right. I also talked about this right here because this is a high volume area right here. Let's see. Fixed range on right here. This node right here. So lots of resistance through there. So we know Ethereum is facing major resistance. And even here we can see it with our 5 EMA and our 10 EMA, resistance, neckline, or this little pivot right here, this mother bar here. We still got room to go. Otherwise, we keep going up. Solanza. This is what I've been playing with, Solana. So I did take this short here. Took that short right there, and I'm still sitting in it. It's a small amount left on it now. I've taken profit a few times on it. Yeah, I've taken profit on this a few times. Something I wanted to cover with you too here with Solana, as we're kind of just sideways ranging. Is it on this time frame, or is it on? Yeah, it's on this time frame right here, because I've been talking about the fact that Solana could fall down if it didn't hold this bear market territory, that it could fall down to somewhere between 40 to $30, somewhere in that territory. But I went back and I I did some more analysis on the chart, and I just added some rays to the chart that I didn't see from the higher time frame. So you already know the notes in here. You see my notes, and they're on the higher time frame. But let's just do the ones right here. So right here, and you can see how we've hit this support level right here. We're very close to the support level right now. And we want to continue to hold this. I don't know why my stuff keeps disappearing. I don't know why that's happening. It's a glitch with Trading View. But we're trying to hold this support right now. So I added some additional rays in here that I realized that I did not take into account. But all of this is below where we want to be, because let me see. I think over here I have in here 90 below 120. Below 120 is trouble. Yeah, below 120 is trouble. And then you can see us on our major trend line once again. So our major trend line from here that connects to this point right here to here, where we got the 786, where we have our 200 EMA. So if we start to break this, then chances are we probably fall back down here towards the 200 EMA. We really don't want that. Like, we really don't want that. Like, but we know how hard this zone right here is for Solana. This is a really hard zone for Solana right here, and I think that this might be that's a point of control. Is that the point of control? Is it just a high volume? Yeah, I think that's the point of control. Point of control through here. That's where we got our first bounce from. Second bounce from on Solana right here, where the golden pocket. Yeah, with the golden pocket and all of that. I think I still have that in here. I'm gonna turn the ribbon off for a moment, so don't engage you with too much noise. Where are you at? Yeah, so that's the point of control. We know we've been rejecting from the point of control, which is why I did take that short also on Solana. Easy short to take, and you can see how people have been playing with that short there at that point of control. So we're not getting back above that right now. We're trying to continue to hold the value area low with the 786 with our big trend line through here. So we're not holding here. It might be in a little bit of a pickle right now for Sol. Um, I'm testing the waters with the long position on it right now. And if I'm wrong, I've done pretty well with Solana. I just give it back. I just have to give it back, and that's all to it. But again, let me tell you we have it over on the other chart, what that number is. So if we get up there and you see us struggling there, then you know it's a good place to get short. And then, of course, 129.13 is your 786 for the range. Also down here with your value area low. We'll just say that that's like 127. I think that's good enough. We'll say that's 127. Say 127.50. But there was no pivot, no trend line through this right here. I think this was just a 786 bounce or something like that. Let's see what that was. Yeah, that was just 786 bounce right there. But the other ones, trend line. So that's why we're kind of rising with the higher low with club foot. And same situation right here. So 144.75. That was the short. 144.75. And it's only a 2x. Again, I'm only doing 2x. It is not about to fall on me. Take me out. This was all on the chart, so it's something you could have did. 144.47. All right. I'm trying it with the long right now, and um, I'm down slightly on my long. I am down slightly on the long. Very little though, because I prematurely decided to jump in on it at the 786 instead of letting it finish out. So it's on. I'm only down like 2%. Um, let's zoom back out this direction here. Right. So I redrew this, and this is the golden pocket right here, the 786. I had it. I think I was looking at. No, not that. What was I looking at? I can't even think about what I was looking at. I don't know. But anyway, this fib right here is drawn from this low right here up to this high right here. And I just did the same thing. So golden pocket 786 here, 0.886 here. This is just the one to one, if you want to call it that. And then the 1.4 and then the 1.6 right here. And I just checked to verify that it was in confluence with golden pocket 786 down to the downside. But we're within, we know that we're within the bear market territory in here for Solana. This could be accumulation zone in here for Sol, and that we haven't been able to break outside of the bear market territory just yet. Just yet. So I said it can be accumulation. If you're going to accumulate, I would say that this is a good place to pick it up from here. So if you bought the low at the 786 or even the 618, if you bought anywhere in this territory, I would say it's a good place to pick it up. But you have to be mindful that we can't fall further to the downside. At the end of the day, we don't want to take out the low down here, which is 95.26. We don't want to take out that low. We actually don't. For me, I don't want to see price action below the 120 personally. But it is still within the bear market territory. And as long as we're not taking out this low right here, then I would say that Solana is a good place to accumulate in here. We kept trying to hold this. But I can see that the 4 hour looks like it still has some room to the downside. You can see where we broke the support that we were holding through here on momentum, and this just looks like it still could come down a little bit more, even though we're trying to hold that low. We're trying to hold that low through here. So watch that 124. Watch that 124 if we do start to drop in. On so, oh, here we are. So I prematurely jumped in on it because we took the liquidity right here. I didn't wait for anything. I did not wait for anything. Like this new indicator right here that would have told me go now. I didn't even wait for that. Sometimes I don't use the indicator. Just behaviors is what it is, and I just jumped in on it. So I'm slightly down a little bit because I did take it from there. And if we look like we're gonna roll over harder, then I'll kill it, and then I'll wait for us to come down some more to that 124 I just mentioned. I'll wait on something like this. All right. I'm gonna put it back over here on Bitcoin. So I know you're probably more interested in Bitcoin or Ethereum or something like that. Oh, Zcash. Let's move forward to Zcash. So Zcash could be doing a head and shoulder formation in here. I can't call it right now, but this could be shoulder, head, shoulder about to form over here. And the reason why is this trend line right here. This is the neckline right here. So where we kind of double topped on Zcash, that's this line right here. And you can see how price action managed to finally break above it and tried to hold it, but we couldn't do it, and we fell back below it, and now we're just coming back around to it, and it doesn't look like we're going to be able to push up through it right now. So I made a notation of that right here. So rejecting from the neckline, I'm going to put us on the daily time frame so I can show you what I'm talking about. So is this from where we had the double top. This is what we're rejecting from. So you can see from the lower time frame how price managed to come up above this the trend line here, or the neckline here, how it tried to hold it and then we fell back below it. And so now it's starting to look like a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder right here if price action isn't able to reclaim back above here and invalidate that situation. That could put us back down in here somewhere. Actually, let me redraw this. Let me redraw it like that now. Maybe it even just comes back to if it's not that, maybe it comes back into our VWAP, which is where we bounced from before. So it could come back into our VWAP also. If you play with Zcash and you need to plot this this VWAP on your chart, it is just from the beginning of time. No, from the beginning of the year. From the beginning of the year. I don't know why I keep wanting to say this one is from the beginning of time, because I will plot some of them from the beginning of time, but this is from the beginning of the year. So that's what that is. And I don't think let's see what the notes were in here. Okay. Yep, but that is what that is right there. That's just that neckline that we're seeing Zcash reject from. So, like I said, it could potentially end up creating some sort of a head and shoulder formation. It could. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying that it could. All right. So you could see that the did you see that? So you can see how we have a positive MACD cross at the moment. Here it is a positive MACD cross at the moment, but it's still below the zero line. So it means that it's no more than a correction until it is above the zero line. So the MACD actually needs to be above the zero line. Otherwise, like I said, it's no more than a correction. But it is positive. I was also reading on the RSI, and it's at a 48 right now here on the daily time frame, which means that we're still below the mean. So we're still below 50 right now. So we could, like I said, if that is a head and shoulder formation and we're not getting above 50, that could be our confirmation on it being an actual head and shoulder here for Zcash, and we'd be looking for more downside on Zcash as opposed to upside. So around near the mean for sure. Um, That's what we have. So that's the notes that you're seeing over here on this 15-minute time frame. So rejecting from the neckline, positive MACD cross on the daily, but still below the mean, and then the RSI is near the 50 read, okay, which is also the mean. We're getting above that. Would likely invalidate this, but right now looking like a head and shoulder formation. Then I just put some RSI reads in here for Zcash, where you're likely to get your best short or your best long from. So your best short is going to be somewhere with an RSI read around 85, 80, and 75. The average read right now is 74.28. So that's what this is right here. So your average read is like 74.28, but you're likely anything outside of that is outside of the norm for Zcash, and those would be some good places to take a short or take a long from for Z. And that's how my indicator is reading it right now, um, based on average, like based on what the RSI average would be for it. It'll plot a condition for a short and a condition for a long. Not always gonna be perfect, but so far I actually like it. Maybe we put in some sort of bullish divergence in here or something like that. But whatever happens, I mean, based on the MACD, it would happen fast. Based on the Bollinger Band, it would happen fast as well because we're squeezing on both of those. So let's just give that a chance. We got earnings yesterday on Oracle. Bless Oracle heart. I'm still in the position because I haven't been stopped out just yet, but my stop is still in place. It just hasn't hit it yet. We reached back down to that low. It wasn't a bad sell off, so it's kind of like a mixed read on Oracle right now. So while Bitcoin is kind of paused right here, I'm gonna take a look at that. Just while Bitcoin's kind of paused, because I know I wasn't here yesterday, so I just want to cover. Well, I want to just cover Oracle real quick for anybody who played Oracle with me. I think I got time. Yeah, I got a second to do that. So anybody who was playing Oracle with me from, looking at this, saying that I expected for price to get the move up. I might be overreaching a little bit with my target, but that is the measured move for the channel here, which put it back in euphoria. But you can see the candle from the sell-off yesterday after following earnings, which again was sort of like a mixed read. Um, but the sell-off isn't that harsh. So we just came back down so far, just back to these lows in here that we had before. We'll see how the market wants to treat this today going forward. The MACD looks bad. So I may actually end up getting stopped out of this one eventually here. Um, It did drop somewhere near where the average. You can see what that, what I'm doing here with the RSI, uh, which actually shrinks the RSI. So I don't really need to have that on. We'll see how we hold up. If not, I will look back at this and consider a position, maybe down here about 181. If it does want to continue selling off today, I'll see how 181 goes. And don't forget that there's also the fact that the well position for the 150 is something that still still might be on the table. It hasn't expired yet, so just keeping it there. Then you can see how it did. With Oracle now on a 15-minute time frame. If you caught this and took it on a 15, then great, which is what I've been trying to do here lately. And then the bullish divergence that we got that indicated, all right, it's a good buy right now for Oracle, but yeah, bear diff. Oh, poor Oracle. All right, so I just wanted to touch in on Oracle real quick. It's not selling off real bad, so we might be okay. But I would definitely have a stop around 195 if you were in it. 195. It has not managed to come back, and it did 195 something over here. It did 195.50, but not 195 like that. It has been holding or reframing from hitting that low. At least once it does that, then it doesn't care about these lows anymore. All right, Bitcoin's still chilling at our trend line right now. I'm still leaning towards down for it just because we don't really have any structure, but no sense in trying to guess. We can take a position off of it after it's out of the range. It's going to be better. I'm going to zoom out on Coinbase. We were talking about this on Wednesday, but for me, it didn't give enough for me. Uh, yeah, it didn't give enough. It got a funky little move there yesterday. Also, 15-minute time frame. So the ascending triangle didn't work. At the end of the day, the ascending triangle didn't work. Coin is a leading indicator for Bitcoin. In my opinion, it is a leading indicator for Bitcoin. Let me just take a look at the Bollinger. No direction just yet. No squeeze, no nothing like that. It looks more like it's broadening. Yeah, it is more like a broadening, a megaphone or something like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. Gap down and below the 270 strike. I would assume we come back and hang around 272 for coin. That is what I think. I think that price will reclaim back above 270 and come back into 272. And if it doesn't do that, then we have to start looking at 260 as the next opportune place. What is this? Okay, so we found something. A couple of touches through here. So we hold this, we get, delete that. Yeah, we're holding this. I would assume we get our push back up into at least 272 and just kind of hover in here or go higher on it. Maybe back up to 280, something like that. But if you're playing it, you got something. You definitely got something. Seems to like 280. So you got to play this morning when market opens. See Bitcoin still holding, just tagging right there. Even though the momentum did break right here. Let's see if it's going to reclaim it or not. Because if not, again, I would just kind of wait for it to leave the area. Unless you bold and you want to take a entry from that on talking about Bitcoin, then but coin, yeah, this looks like it. Looks like it. More upside in my opinion here for coin. I didn't like that Bollinger. Who is this? Circle. I think I can delete. What do I have in here? Yeah, I'm gonna delete that. I tried to play circle, or at least I wanted to play circle because it has been holding our strikes throughout here. So what we talked about last stream, but yeah, if you're over on BTCC, you have to do it in shares of 10. So I'm learning a lot with trading BTCC. Like what certain ones are going to have criteria. Certain ones are like Netflix. I'll never trade Netflix again on BTCC because you just get a charge instantly for wanting to trade it. So I'm not gonna trade Netflix again. And then I learned with Circle, like you have to at least buy a share of 10, but multiples of 10. It has to be multiples of 10 to trade it. Period. So if you're on BTCC and you're looking to trade Circle, you have to do it in multiples of 10. Which isn't terrible, but just kind of stubborn like that. So 85 to 90, that has been our range here for Circle. So if you can get it there, which just missed it, come back down, you can get it there, then you can expect to play it up to 90 at least. When we watched this on Tuesday, we saw the rejection come in there at the 90. But that's what you got. 85 to 90 at the moment. And to the downside, I'm looking at 75, but so far we've been kind of pinned in between this 85 and 90. So yeah, a little $5 move. $5 move. And this bottom line right here is just from where we played out the measure move. That's what this one is. It's not any sort of a strike or anything like that. It's just where we reclaim. That's this right here. It was the measured move from the head and shoulder. And you can see how we reclaim back above that. So that's basically this pivot, or you can just do it like this if you want to, which I can drop this line now because I really don't need it anymore, or at least hide it. So your low 81, and then your 85 to 95. It looks like peanuts when you zoom out like this right here, but since it's the stock market and it's kind of slow um, on larger time frames, you really have to zoom out like this. So yeah, so 80, and just tell you 80. It reads 81, but I just tell you 80. Market likes even numbers. If you're gonna play that, Tesla. I'm gonna do Tesla from the other chart because I can tell you right now where you can catch Tesla at. Because we looked at this with Tesla. Um, I'm gonna do it from this one right here instead. We filled this gap now. We came up here yet yesterday. So yesterday or the day, what was that? Tuesday when we were watching this on Tuesday, because we saw that we were holding our 435 in here, but market had not opened just yet. But that was a good play. I'm not trading. I don't trade Tesla though, but you can even see right there with the break, but just the holding of the strike level in here. So it managed to push through the 450, and then I saw it coming up around this gap right here. So gave fired off a few signals to say, you know, you're well beyond your average for a short push back down, back into the trend line through here. So you can plot this trend line. I don't think it's going to respect this trend line anymore. It respected it here. It respected it here. Because I said to you, just wait for a pullback when it broke through here, and that was all it did, was that one little candle pullback right here on Tuesday. So wait for a pullback if you didn't catch this, and you know it's breaking through here. Just let it pull back. So you got that, got a back test in there, got a back test of that trend line right here, and one right here. I don't know how it's going to do with it now, but it was from this low over here on the 25th. So it was drawn off of that low to that. And then rejected around the 4. Again, I think they'll keep us pinned somewhere around this 450. So I think Tesla price will stay somewhere around here. It'll pump away from it, but it'll end up coming back down here around it, and it probably would just stay around here, is what I said to you on Tuesday. Also, they're gonna keep. You can see how it rejected there. They're gonna keep price somewhere close to it, but you know, more upside likely for Tesla. We saw the whale call or dark pool orders for Tesla too to the upside, but if you're looking to invest, I wouldn't invest. I would just keep this as trading. I would look to get in somewhere around 3 something on Tesla at some point. It's So it's a little bit of time out before I think we see something like that. But I will watch that for Tesla. Bitcoin is holding up. Will likely be a long this morning. Let's see. Yeah, it'll likely be a long this morning again for Tesla. I'm sorry, I was trying to see. We got Lululemon earnings um, today. It's after hours. So Robinhood, you can you can see how we the rising structure that I was looking at in here. And my bias was to the upside in case it was a inverse head and shoulder formation. And I put the trend line back to the original trend line. I think I shared that with you on Tuesday, but I put it back to the original trend line, which was just from the 1-2 second pivot. And then everything else was just a little bit of an overshoot and reclaim forward, but it stopped doing the reclaim. So I was like, let me just put it back. And then I could see how it rejected. And if I extend this out, it might start to do that if this tries to push up again. To the downside, I'll be watching for that 130 right now for Hood. I think that there may have been a little bit of news off of this. And since I did not do one to the downside, I'm actually not going to take a measure move for the downside. I'm just not going to do it. But you could. Then I spotted this through here. It's not playing anymore. So it gave that one little bounce, but it's not playing anymore. So now just look at the strike. They'll probably try to push price back into the 140. That's my thoughts. Back into the 140. So if you can get it down here at 130, you might have a chance to play it up to 140. That's a $10 move. So depending on how many shares you picked up, that's what I would be looking at. I think that they will try to push it back into this territory though. Let's see. Yeah, more likely to go up. It's more likely to go up. So yeah, if it did drop into 130, killer opportunity to play that move. Already getting a positive MACD, but it is pre-market. So hopefully it stays somewhere down here before market opens. And if it does that, then I'll be looking for the move up. And again, like I said, be somewhere around this 140. Sezzle seeming to continue a rejection around this one, around this 72. And that's the final target again, 86. If this continues to hold up, that would be the final target, 86. And it looks like we wanted to keep rejecting here, around the lows right here. It's really nothing to catch price action coming back down until we get somewhere around 60, 62. And unfortunately, again, I have not looked at strike prices on this one. This is just based on pivots and hopium. So good places to get short. Yeah, great places to get short right here. And that's about an average. So it's a good place to get short on it, around 72. Already Delta is walking a line, but it is below the zero. So MACD is negative. There's no earnings or anything like that on this one, not at the moment. Yeah, it won't be until next year, March. Unfortunately, that might have been it for it. Hopium is still here, but rejection point. Maybe again, like I said, back down to 62 might be possible. Might be possible if it pushes back up, look to reject. If it pushes back up and it breaks above here or comes into it, you can look for a short around that price point. Dollar General. I still think 180 is going to be the final on DG. And they had just reported, remember? Lulu looked like it's putting in a little head and shoulder. I'm not going to say that that's what it is, but we know that it's at resistance right here. So I'm waiting until we get the information. Put it on 16. Waiting until we get the information today. Remember, I said this is resistance right here at the 89. It's something where you can play the range until the range breaks. And if, earnings comes out good today, then update this. Yeah, which is after hours right here. Be after close. We'll also get AVGO. So Broadcom. So if it's good and we start to break out here, you might have something. It's still hitting some resistance through here. That's that's from the monthly. I'm not, yeah. That's this resistance right in here. And if it's not good, then I look for a move back down here in the 162. 162 doesn't hold, then they might shoot it down here somewhere towards the lower end. This is 128 to 121. If it's no bueno, okay. Still falling. Look at you. Still falling. Mm-hmm. So that's 274. This is the one. It's kind of holding these highs over here right now. But this is the one where I said to you that there was some unusual activity, a call for 315. They put a lot of money into it. I'm not saying that it couldn't get up there, but I was saying to kind of watch this, because if you jump in on this, you're buying the top on it. And I mentioned to you that momentum was failing. It was failing to come back up. First of all, it started failing to come back up to this solid trend line in here. And then when we put it on a line chart, and I was doing it from the 4 hour. And then when we put it on the line chart, it was failing to come back up here and reach that, which meant momentum was still moving to the downside on this one right here. So I would probably look somewhere around this 274, and then if 274 for a 274 bounce, you probably get some sort of a reaction right here. But if it breaks that, then 260 and lose 260, you do not want to be in this at all. It's a full reversal more than likely. Something bigger is happening to this thing if it starts to lose that. But that was this measured move from where it was attempting to put in some sort of a double bottom in here was actually working for it. Turn the background off. So you can see how it tried to do some sort of a double bottom in here, and it got this push right here up, but it didn't manage to get back to this level and actually reject it. So it's much further away from it now than it was before. This will just continue down. Yeah, so definitely don't want to lose that 260. You be expanding from there here on GE. So weekly, that might change a little bit. I think that this is tightening, so it's probably gonna nuke. It's probably gonna nuke, and I don't know who put the money in on this, but they're really out of the money right now. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, they're out of the money. They're deep out of the money right now. What's I'm about to do? Oh, I'm having a brain fart. Nvidia. No, Palantir. Nvidia got back above this line right here. So I'm going to just delete that line right there. And I was looking at this, trying to figure out the best way to draw this freaking line right here. Just draw the first three out. Oh, the top side. I'm sorry. Being a little anal. I can tell Bitcoin is still sitting there. So I got my eyes on it, people. I got my eyes on it. So is Ethereum. Zcash is pushing up through that neckline though. Trying again. So that's good. All right. So I think this is probably better. Yeah. I don't like this, but it is what it is. And it did reject from my 190. Yeah, and I suppose if it breaks to the downside, then I would start to look back at 169, see if we can't hold through this again. 169 didn't seem to started to not matter anymore right here. Yeah, I would be trying to short it every time it came up. Right now, you can see how it's steady grinding. So on any attempt down right here, back towards this line right here, probably met with some bullish divergence. You can see that from right here. But the next, if it tries this again, I would try to short it again. To be honest with you, that is what I would do. I would give it another short attempt. It's just clocking out. I don't like when price action. You don't really want to mess with it too much when it's doing something like this. But let's see, probably moving. Yeah, I figured that it was moving somewhere in solitude through here on the Bollinger. Yeah, I think this baby rolls over. That's what I think. I think it rolls over. It's worth another short attempt. Might try this one today. Wait for market open. See where we're at, but it's pretty high on its RSI too. So yeah. Trying it again, AMD. Back to the neckline again. Back to the neckline again. If it breaks it, it breaks it. Right now it is continuing to struggle, coming back up here to the neckline where we might potentially have a head and shoulder formation, which is why I have the measure move down here for the 180. So but this squeeze, this is a squeeze. Can't really. That's a squeeze though. Yeah, that's a squeeze. It's a 4-hour time frame squeeze. Oof. Ooh, 4-hour time frame squeeze. So if it comes blasting up through this neckline, get long. If it can make it, I'm gonna do it. Actually, I'm gonna put it on this. It won't hurt, right? I'm gonna leave the low like that. But if it can make it through here, then yeah, be long because that's a squeeze. So once it can get through here, then it's gone. It's gone. I'll be looking back up here. 265. That was the newest print for the weekly average right there at 265. I think it would take out this high right here. So that looks pretty decent. But if it doesn't make it through here, then the squeezes for the downside. Look to pick it up somewhere off of the measure move, which is back down here towards 180. It probably doesn't hurt. Like I don't know if you're not doing futures or anything like that, but to take a position on it, a small position on it with the stop loss set for wherever you feel like you should do it. Probably just below the trend line down through here. I wouldn't say this because that's just a little bit too far away. In the hopes that this is going to go up, that's what you would do since it's so much closer to this low down in here. That's negative. Otherwise, just sit it out and let it choose the direction. Who is this? Intel. 40 giving it a bid. We know Intel was hitting resistance. That resistance. And now it just keeps hanging around at 40. Again, I do think that 33.65 is possible for Intel. Then it gave you another chance to jump in and short it. What was that? Golden pocket retracement right there. Gave you another chance to jump in and short it. Just to start capping out right here now. 33.65 is my thought, but it's Intel, so it'll take some time. It'll take a lot of time for that to happen. This is me messing around with Broadcom on a paper trade. I saw the little trend line down through here. Remember, I talked to you about this channel. I said if it comes back up here to this channel, it could be a good place to short it at. Which you can see it's rejecting off of that. I'm put just on the daily time frame right here. So the channel top right here. And then I captured the little trend line down through here, which is going to look different off of this daily time frame, but you have to zoom out to the higher time frame. I said to you that I think that we could see a gap fill on this. I don't know. Today is earnings on Broadcom, so again, that's just a paper trade, just to see how we were going to do, how it would do with just that little small area right there. That's it. That small area right there where this ascending trend line is at right here. Looking for that to break down, at least come back into this for starters. But gap fill would be the rest of this gap through here. Happens to line up with our standard deviation 1 at 318. So that's what I'm betting on for Broadcom. Otherwise, it blasts, it breaks through this, which the connection is a lot better on. Hold on. Which time frame did I get you off of? 16, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which time frame I actually drew this off of, but you can see how it comes up towards this trend line and it's fell in here. So that's what I said to you. So it looks better like this. It looks better like this. And that looks huge as heck up there. I know it. That looks huge up there. I didn't adjust it. I drew it off of the higher time frame and dropped over here to see. And so just back at this trend line right now. So if it bounces away from here, then, you have to look at this after the fact, after earnings. And that was for Broadcom. It's after hours. Yes, after hours for Broadcom too. And I can't afford Broadcom. But it's at support. It's at support right now until it's proven otherwise. It's at support. Broadcom. Who is this? DoorDash. Just missed a chance on this. Why is DoorDash 2? That's pretty. Novo Nordisk. Now I keep hearing about Eli Lilly, and then I kept saying to you, I haven't looked at Eli Lilly chart, but I'm assuming and Novo, Novo's reporting today, right? Hold on. When is Novo reporting? Novo. Oh heck no, Novo isn't reporting. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Um, but if, like I said, if Novo is at its lows, then Eli Lilly has to be at its top. And I heard Eli Lilly was coming down quite a bit. I haven't looked at the chart. I still refusing to actually look at that chart and check on Bitcoin again if I look at anything. What is Eli Lilly's ticker? I don't even know what their ticker is. Let me see if I have it. See if I have it in here somewhere. I don't. So you know I'm not lying when I tell you I haven't even looked at the thing. Um, it's LLY. Okay. Maybe I should add it. Let me see you from a weekly perspective. It's bear divin. I know that because it didn't print anything. It's likely bear divin. That's not that bad. It's not that bad the way I heard it, but definitely looked like it might have topped though. Oh, okay, there you go. And this needs to come down. I'll add it and take a look at it later. Let me just add it to both of those. Yeah, I'll look at it later. That's very expensive. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight down red candles. Hmm. Just corrective. Makes sense. Like I said, if that was a low for Novo, then that could have been a top for Eli. Could be. We'll be in this range for a while before we actually see any sort of moves to the upside on this. I don't know why I was thinking Novo was getting ready to report on something. They're not. Ooh, what are you doing? What are you doing? I hope so. I hope you are. That might take you back to 58. Maybe we can get that faster. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Oh, about to do. All right. Bitcoin still holding steady. I think we're gonna break down on this again. I don't think that there is I don't really think that we have structure in here just yet. At least nothing. I mean, we have this little zone through here, but maybe it wants to come in and actually test the 786 first. Give us some again bullish divergence. Maybe. All I know is I had nothing that I could really do something. I didn't have anything. I didn't have anything to draw a line off of. See that? I had nothing. It was this hockey stick. That's what we got. I don't have any structure. Not yet. I'm rejecting around the 50% retracement. Or the mean. The mean. Hold on. This isn't even touching that. Why? You can drop that on your RSI. Probably won't deviate too much off of that number if you were to do it. Just drop 2 horizontal lines on your RSI like that. So when you start to trade outside of that area, you know you're doing a lot of extra, and then you can wait on it to come back inside, something like that. And like it did over here too. But here you can see how it did a little bear div. That might happen every now and then where you get a bear div on it. You just have to look for it. It'll come back out of it again, and then drop back in. Or how it put in a bear div over here where it dropped out, which is beyond the average read on it in here. It bull div right there. So sometimes that's going to happen. This one right here was clean. That one was clean right there. Every now and then you might get something like that, where you'll get a bear div or something, or bull div on it. Another bull div right in here. But this all boils down to risk management. But the second attempt was a clean attempt. That one was pretty decent on the scalp right there. In here, yeah, just it really, 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 it stops. It won't take it back any further than that. That's how I have it set up. Uh-oh. That was really clean. The higher the time frame, it starts to get a lot cleaner. That was really clean. That was really clean right there. So about a 26.02 and a 74.90. You can just say 97. You see how it ticked on it a little bit. It's not going to change too much. Um, I'll stop doing it from that. I don't have it on this time frame over here. You see how we're getting close to not prepared for a sell-off. We really need to hold. We already know that. We really need to hold where we're at currently. It's not actually this trend line. It's where we're at currently, because beyond this trend line right here, beyond this one right here, I mean, we're already below this here. Um, 4 hour might be the one that keeps giving. Then start break momentum all around. I already, see that we're. I mean, corrective at best at the moment, because we're not coming back above the zero, and we know that we can still have downside, but because technically, based on technicals, we are in a bear market. Based on technicals, historical readings would suggest it. I've seen everybody do it a lot of different ways, but for me, that is what it is. We're not at bear market lows yet, but the technicals suggest that we're in a bear market at this point. And until invalidated. Until invalidated, that's what it is. All right, strat. I told you to just kind of be careful with strat if you're still trying to short it. At least when it comes back into here, because it's still at support. Still has support down through here. In my opinion, it can't be doing anything. Looks just like Bitcoin. How do you look just like Bitcoin? Because it's based on Bitcoin, right? Jeez. That's a short I could have taken. Hmm. The low doesn't look like Bitcoin, but the top actually looks like Bitcoin right there. Hmm. Just trying to think about how to draw this lower line. It's already broken at whatever it is, I suppose, because it's the only way I could see I would have been able to do it too. Just wanted to be sure. Maybe it comes back up and back test this or something. I don't really like the low line. I'm gonna stick with this top line though. If it comes back up into something like this, otherwise I'll be looking for it to come back down and test one of these 170 first. Looking just like Biddy. Oh, we already covered that. Okay, so that took care of that. Now for that was the paper trade on on Circle, because I did, like I said, I did go to trade it on BTCC, but I'm just not going to be told how many shares I have to buy. So it was a no, but this was going to be my entry on it right here. Um, and always aiming for 3 to 1 relatively, so I'm not overreaching on anything. But that if I was overreaching, I probably wouldn't have made it. Not that go round. If it continues to hold though, I'm looking forward to eventually get back up here and take that out. What do we have to the upside? 100. He keep us around here. Maybe today is a day for it. We'll see. Just want to make sure that doesn't pop before then. Netflix. This is just awful to even touch. Um, oh, hold on. I did that wrong. I'm like, why don't I see any data? It's awful to touch. It really is. Um, how did you do? Still terrible. This is after hours though. You see, it didn't try to move. Like just falling, didn't try to move until then. But like I said, with Netflix, let me tell you the thing about Netflix, and I don't have the data in here anymore, so be very careful with Netflix. I'm gonna delete that. Be very careful with Netflix. Here's the thing: on the monthly time frame, and I don't have this data in here anymore. Uh, how can I do this? And that's all about lower time frame stuff. No, keep that in there. Um, what are you? Where are those? Right here. And that's just me trying to find a low on it on the 15-minute time frame, because this thing, and I did go back and kind of, I did go back and reassess it again on this. Let me hide that for a minute. So Netflix is bearish anytime the RSI on the monthly time frame drops 60. Period, point blank. If it goes below 60, it's bearish. If it drops below this 50 though, there's a strong chance for at least bare minimum 70 something percent pullback on it. And that's what you got out of this. That's what you got out of this one right here. You got 82, you got 76 on that one, you got an 82 on that one, you got a 77 on this one right here. I can delete that because I should have did it like that to start with. But anytime it drops 60, which is where this big candle right here, so that's what we lost. That's what we lost the channel in here that kind of looked like a bull flag. That's where we lost that at as soon as that tipped 60. And you can see it right here. Let me see. So you can see how whenever it drops 60, it actually becomes bearish. It's okay above 60, but once it drops 60, that's where everything really starts to accelerate on it at. And if it drops 50, because I don't have that on this thing right here. You put that in blue or something. If it drops 50, that's where those big sell-offs happen at. So most of the time it doesn't fall below 50. So you can see that it's not gonna drop 50. It did it right here, but it was real quick recovery. But any other time I've seen this thing fall below 50, that's when you got these huge moves. And we're at a 52 read right now. That's where you got these big sell-offs like that. And then this one right here, you can see that down through here. Now this is at the beginning stages in here. So you can see right here where it also did it, but it was like a 50 something like that. It ended up doing like a 50 something. I didn't take this into account, and I'm not going to. That's a 45, and then it finished it out over here at 52. I just didn't take that into account. I was looking more so at the larger moves for it. So it doesn't like to be below that, and it really below 60, in my opinion, is where you really start to crap the bed on this thing, which would put it down about $30, something like that, about $30 if it doesn't hold in here. So this is do or die. This is do or die, because if it's not holding that, it's a problem. It's a problem, and you can see from that was the prior. These are the current ones right here. We'd already broke that one, and we're resting on this one. So if we're losing this one right here, we lose that one there, then we might have a problem. I mean, you could look to this, but I went back and I looked at it in the past to see how it did around the prior raise, and I can't say that I actually cared for it too much. It fell back to the one at the bottom. That was what it did, and that's this one right here. So it skipped through all of them. It skipped through all of the other ones that might have been in here previously, and it came all the way back down here to the lower one. But you got the highs through here. That would be number one. I had posted on this a few days back, and I said watch out for 75, and I said watch out for 65. I think that's what I put in that tweet, and it's on X, so you can verify it, because I'm not really good at remembering a lot of stuff. I'm seeing Bitcoin. It's do or die right now, though. This is do or die. And I looked at it with Phipps, which it tends to do. I mean, just based on those few right there, it tends to do something like the golden pocket 786, maybe even 0.886. So kind of like Bitcoin, it tends to do that full retracement. You see that? Full retracement into that 786, into the 786. I look for a full retracement into that 786. You might be able to get it cheap if you're into it. If it's failing, and I looked at like I said, I looked at the prior ones. This was the prior. This was prior, and the only one you don't see on is the blue one, and that's actually where it ended up coming back down to. So this was, how I follow. Anytime I put in, let me see. Anytime I draw out array and price creates a higher pivot instead of coming back to it, I draw a new ray to follow the momentum through price action. And I had it on this one right here. I switched it because it dropped below it just a little bit, but it reclaimed it real quick. So I did have this like that, but I just follow it to catch it when momentum actually starts to break down from that point. Because if it comes back to it and it doesn't hold it, then you start to break down. You can see how it just ran straight through all of that. When it wants to sell off, it just straight up sells off. So this has nothing to do with this part over here right now. Nothing to do with. This is just the previous run up from where it bottomed previously. That's what that is. Until it bottomed again. And so you can see how it just started the process all over again. And you don't have that many. Um, don't have that many now. It's just one, two, three, because it was just straight up. It was just straight up, and that was it. So you just have this one here for this pivot, if you want to call that a pivot, and this one here, and then this from here to here, and then the one down here at the low. So yeah, it didn't take any breaths, none. It needs to hold at 50. 52 right now. Needs to hold that. Be rolling over here. Let me see what else did I look at on this thing. Looked at the fibs. I know about this. Looked at the raise. Um, looked at those few ranges. I tried some other stuff with it. I think I looked at it with the EMAs. There was nothing really significant about it for me. Um, it just does a full retracement, like whatever the lowest one was at the time, whichever one could make its way on the chart at the time, as the data, as over time, it'll print a new, it'll print the ribbon for the higher time frame, whatever that was. Yeah, it came back to it. So there you have it. Um, I don't think any of these matched up with anything other than the one right here is with the 26. This one's with the 60, and wherever this lands up at that at next. So it might just be this top. It might just be that. And it's gonna be trashy. It's gonna be bad. So don't be trying to catch falling knife on this thing. Just don't. What data did I put in here? 30 fast. Sign works great, and that's noise. Daily slightly below the 200 EMA. Currently below 40. That must be some old data. Yeah, I think that's some old data because it's an old fib too. Disaster. At least until we get through this whole acquisition thing for it. At least until that for Netflix. Be careful. We're around our 93. Yeah, lose that. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. Be that. Was there some sort of a squeeze or something like that on this thing? Okay, so you're at the 20 SMA on the monthly time frame. Yeah, stop loving this. At some point, I mean, we already know at some point we stop loving this and we start falling. It loved it all the way through there. It bounced off of this one right here, but it did wick down through it before coming all the way back to that. It's 53. You got plenty of time before it does anything like that. When you catch this again, when you get a chance to catch that again, enjoy it. Enjoy it because it works really well. The price just kind of stays trapped in there like that. Enjoy it. Yeah, 75 and 65 is what I think I posted on a 3 month time frame. You just back at the standard deviation one, like I just showed you from where I had that open. So you're just back at that right now. It drop 50, then you'll lose all of that. Yeah, so you come back in here for sure. You come back in here. Pull Netflix. Oh, I put some notes in here for like a short. So Netflix, and RSI reading above 60 is probably going to be a good short for you. So you could short anything above 60 because it's in a downtrend. It's not really doing anything above that. And then a 12 read, which is what it was getting, be a good place to catch like an absolutely strong, or a good enough long position. It's going to be off of a 12. That's where it does like this huge pops on it. But 60 has been the read to get short on it. I'm not trading it again. I'm not trading this one, but that's what I noticed on it. And it's only really moving after hours. Bitcoin's still sitting in the same spot. It's only really moving after hours. It's not really doing on, market opens and it's just falling. It's just falling. We'll see what this brings right here. So look out for $90 today. If it's not reclaiming, it's 95. Surprised it didn't try to hang out around it. It just didn't. Um, it's dropped straight through it. I'm actually not surprised. Actually not. I just Uber. I have Uber in the place of silver right now. You can see how it was doing like a little bit of a bullish divvy on this last little bout here to the upside, and then it broke that. So um, I started to jump in on this yesterday. I did, but market was getting ready to close, and I was like, I don't want to get into something. And then I can't control it if it does continue to fall or anything like that. So I was gonna do this on BTCC because it hit the 0.886. So I was gonna take it. And I was like, nah, I don't want to get stuck in something overnight with it. And you can see it's looking to come back up. So maybe it does one of these right here. It really there was really no absolute reason for this to sell off like that. The excuse from what I'm hearing is that who downgraded it to 110 target or some crap like that was about all I read. Oh yeah, Uber shares fell 5.6% after Morgan Stanley cut its price target from 115 to 110. I don't know how true that is. It was a neckline rejection. So that's all I can say about it. It was a neckline rejection. It hasn't finished this out right here. I don't this is nothing to me to think that somebody downgrade like who. Okay, whatever. It did reject off of this neckline if it is, but a head and shoulder, and it hasn't finished playing this out. But that was a strong bounce right there, that strong wick right there off of that 0.886. That's what I noticed. So you can say this is a head and shoulder, and it came shoulder, head, shoulder, neckline right here. It came back into that and it rejected, and then you can see again the bounce off of the 0.886. It has changed the market structure over here on this 4 hour time frame. So do I think it finishes it out? Possibly. I had a parallel through here for my ascending trend line, but I switched it yesterday to just a straight up line on it. That's further than the measured move. This golden pocket is further than the measured move. This is the second one. This is pulled from this low down here. So that's pulled from this. It could do that. It could do that. So I had this as a parallel to include this, and it had been used. I was using this as a bounce area for Uber back when I was playing with Uber, um, and I managed to pick it up and sold it, trying to be a genius, and I wasn't. So I can't tell you if this is going to be a dead cat bounce or not, but it's definitely bouncing. And it looks like it might even open and continue that move up. If not, um, can look for it to do that again. It'll probably keep bouncing from around this range in here though. I like the chart. I really started to get in on this yesterday. I really, really, really started to get in on it. I said, no, 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 no. It's a good place to buy though. It is definitely a good place to buy. Mm. Let's see how it does when market opens. Uber, loving it. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. This didn't make it to that target. Not yesterday. The initially where I was looking at it. This was the Amazon play, guys. That I wanted it to tap the 225 on Tuesday. Remember, I wanted to see it actually tap this 225, and it didn't. We got the drop down into here, and it was bullish divvies. Of course, it was bull. It was a big bull div, and it just sniffed it and said nah. And we talked about the 230. We looked at that big call for the 230 target in here, and then it came up and just absolutely slaughtered through 230, came back and back tested the 230. I knew when it got here it's probably doing a little bit too much at this point right here, but it had some time on it before it actually fell. It works really good with the at least this 15-minute time frame. So if you use the 5 HMA, I mean not the 5, but the 200 HMA works really good with it. And that's just a 5. So it's a 5 and a 200. Works really good with it. But these are the strikes right here. Critical ones. I was looking for the 235 also, but it was a little bit over. You see this? You see the bear div? It was doing a little bit too much yesterday. So I kind of figured somewhere around that 232.50 was going to be like a top on it in the moment. Because yeah, it started bear diving and all that good stuff, and it was waiting on this momentum to finish rising up in here too. So that was why I did this paper trade, because I didn't take this short, but it didn't, the first time it didn't tap it anyway. I saw it after the fact, and that's what that would have looked like with the bear div. But now, if it does push up our descending trend line through here, that's not pulled out far enough. So probably look at that 235 up here. If it does, look for price to hold somewhere around the let me see if I look at this morning and see if anything changed on it last night. Still watching Bitcoin, just kind of chilling. Yeah, when they, from close yesterday, because none of this is gonna update until market opens anyway. But from close yesterday, you can see the 235 right here, um, and they have it as a 225 to 235 wall. So put wall currently 225 and call wall 235 here for Amazon, and that's what I was just about to say to you too. To just these three. So your 230, 225, which is here, which is what we were watching on Tuesday. So that 225 is what I have on here. The 227.50, 230, 232.50, and then 235 right there. Price is going to stay somewhere within here. And anyway, it would likely do that too, because I don't think we're going to come back down. Let me draw this out some. You can see our formation through here. Let me just pull it out some now. I probably just drew it out way too far. It's gonna look crazy on me. You can see what that low that I'm assessing. Let me just check this trend line. Okay, that ain't bad, but that's the trend line right here. 1, 2, 3, and then the one at the top here. So you're likely that's 235. I don't know about that one now, but yeah, just 235. This is, yeah. Watch the 235 too, because it can break it a little bit. It's trend lines will have won't be too perfect. Um, won't be too perfect. It's the first time this actually crossed up above there. That's interesting. This is still sloping down though, but that is the first time it actually crossed it. Let's see how it flipped down from it the first time. It'll stay between here though, somewhere between here right now. It's interesting though. Definitely a short. I would short it again at 232.50, and I would definitely short it at 235. Right now, that's how I feel about it. And I would be long in anything down through here. Any of this, if it comes back into it, probably be a long attempt. Oh, that's Google. 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 I need to move this. Hold on, let me see. It might act as resistance. I can leave it there for a sec. I had another line through here, and I could tell you why we didn't get that 310, but I don't see it in here right now, and I don't think I've turned anything off in here. What is this about? What is the trap? What is the trap? Oh, okay. I know what the trap is. Okay. Um, 310 to 330 is my current range here for it. We're back around 320. I'm putting in some bullish and bearish divergence at the same time. This might not work this time. Let's see. Definitely a short. It's not gonna be able to continue with the bear divs. It's not gonna be able to continue that. So it's definitely some sort of a short. I mean, even the MACD got the bear div on it. It's some BS. Yeah, this is some BS right here. It's either short from here or if it come up here and it SFP or something like that. But this is definitely a short before market opens right now, so I wouldn't play around with it too much. But once market opens, this is going to be a move back down, in my opinion. Got a trend line through here. Let me make sure this isn't parallel. I don't really like it as a parallel. It doesn't really tap that. Yeah, to look for a pushback down. Yeah, I was waiting on this yesterday. It didn't happen. It didn't happen, and I'm glad it didn't happen too. I was waiting on this yesterday. They as I'm looking for price to stay pinned around the 277 and the 280, they keep dropping it below this point. I think this might have been what I actually, and I talked about the fact that this could also be a head and shoulder formation, and that we had one little tap in here, so this would be the extra head and shoulder formation. But I'm not mad at this for I can delete all of these right here. Let's see, that was the last one I was looking at on it, was this little risey wedge, but it didn't come back down into this right here. Um, but it seemed like a good low at the moment. Just seemed like a good low. I'm gonna leave it in here, even though I'm not gonna play it. I'll leave it in here. So the four. I might be wrong about this. I might be wrong about it. It could be right about this one though. Shoulder head, and if we're not getting past that 280, we got a problem. But you see how they keeping us pinned in between that two, around the 277, but that we just keep, we fall below that 277. I should put 275 in here. I might have had a 275 in here, and I just didn't put it on here because it just didn't look like something I would use. Yeah, it just doesn't look like something that I would consider someone. Yeah, 275 just didn't look like something. You didn't have enough there, even though price keeps coming down here to this low. So maybe the head and shoulders wrong on this one. I'm gonna take that off. Forget that. And we already played out the other one, so don't need this one anymore. This could be starting to extend a little bit too much though. If it is, and I don't want to overlook it. It's so flat that we can instantly see what that would be. So back down here. What are you? Who am I? We're still holding our channel at the moment. I don't want to overlook this though, just in case. Just in case. Yeah, still holding the channel. So maybe that's wrong. Maybe that doesn't happen. So instead of trying to play the 277.50, I would play this low right here. That's 276.07. If it comes back down, you'd be looking for it to continue to respect this level right here, and then play it for the push back up here into the 280, because that's about what we've been doing. Anything outside of that, I guess, would be, we can just say that this is less likely right here. This potential for this head and shoulder situation is less likely if they can get us up past this 280, which means I might want to be closing out my long position on this thing. That one that I have open right now. But yeah, that's what I would do with Apple. You might be able to play another rejection from around where it is. I really like for it to hit that 280 though. That would be great. I think it hurt me. I think it can hear me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? And this will be our range. Here to here. Take your chances right there. 63 has room if it wanted to. Go beyond that. A little bounce off of that. Looks like we'll have a bear div. Might be a good go now, but you can't. I don't know. I don't know if you can short this right now. I know you can on B. I know you cannot on BTCC. You can't short this right now. You can't trade any of this right now. If if I could, I would hedge. But watch that 280. Get through 280, then look at 285. But we're not getting past this right now, so that could be your range play on this thing. Oof. Oof. Back at 180. We talked about that. Yeah, they'll send us back to the 180. I like to send us back to the 180. We had this right here yesterday. I was watching this yesterday, see if we were gonna get the little break up out of this thing, but that didn't happen. So we came back and back tested this right there. Fell out, back test, a little bit of a rejection up above. I'm gonna leave it on here though. I'm gonna leave that be. This is what we're looking at in the event that this was some sort of a head and shoulder formation right here with a little back test right in here. I don't know if it back tested that, if it back tested this trend line. It looked like it was more cleanly our big trend line through here. I'm gonna get rid of this line right here. And if you can see through the noise, then you know that this is, that's this. And we broke through it. I probably should just delete this now because we did break through that. Yeah, it's shifting. It's shifting. So I'm going to get rid of this top line. I'm going to keep the bottom line. That matches. That's much lower. So we bounced off of, along with the 180, bounced off of standard deviation 2 right here. And just so I don't have to keep drawing the trend line. Hold on. No, I'm gonna put it on it like that. Yeah. I was trying to see which one of these would have treated me better. I'll stick with this one. Ain't nobody. We'll see. Maybe we can come out stronger today and push back up here, at least to 190 again. We might be able to manage that instead. I don't think that they really toss us out below this 180 just yet. Just looking for SFP here yesterday. It dropped straight through that. Anyway, I'm gonna delete that line. So we'll see. At best, we come back into here and reject, or we break through here. And I still say they keep us somewhere close to the 185 and make another attempt for that 190. But 185 definitely, that has been our thing. 185. I don't think anything about that changed. We're still chilling on Bitcoin. Um, Yeah, 185, 190 is still going to be your big boys here for Nvidia. So I'll be looking for price to at least get back into that 185. And so you being able to catch it again. I did take another long position off of this yesterday. I took it off of from here, and I took it because of this right here. So I took it, and I just added another share to the position because I basically sold through most of this right here. So I took it off of that, and then I sold it once I could see we hit that trend line that you saw me delete. That one from that 4 hour you saw me delete, I took it based on that. I took profit on it based on that. And if I could take it right now, I would, but it's a little bit too late. If market, we should be, stock market should be trading 24, at least during the weekdays. If they want to keep it closed on the weekend, fine. But during the weekdays, come on, man. There's no reason that the stock market needs to close like that. Like, why? Why? Give it a Planet Fitness membership. Monday through Friday, 24. Closed holidays already. Then you got to close early during the weekdays and not open on the weekend. There's no sense in that. So that's what I look for here on Nvidia today. If you're looking to you're looking to trade Nvidia, yeah. And again, these levels are the same. They are the same. So you by now you know 180 is a place to be. If we start to drop 180, then I start looking at 170 and 165. But right now, all the interest lies within this range right here, 180 to 190. That's it. So just play it until it breaks. Play it until it breaks 180, 185, 190. Play it until it breaks. And I don't think that there was anything else in here to look at because we already had did Tesla, yeah, Circle, yeah, we already did all of those. This might be the one right here. Uber, 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 Uber. And I probably didn't explain this, but just in case it stops out here at this 320 and that's the head and shoulder, and that's I didn't have a place to put this, so I just threw it over here. So that would be the measured move. That's all that was about. Apple was listening to me after all. It was listening to me after all. Let's see if they want to send it back down. If they want to let it pump now. Wouldn't mind a pumperoo. See what they want to do. It's about to get beyond its average range. So, man, I wish the market was opening. I really wish it was. Because I could TP right now. Just in case that don't hold. Which they'll send this down when market opens. They'll send it down. They'll send it down. Definitely would. Nothing wrong. Again, nothing wrong with wanting to take a short from this level because you can see how many times it has rejected it. And if it does come up anymore, then just next short. But this has been it. All right, let me get back over to Bitcoin. Um, what we doing over here, Bitcoin? Let me see what that is about. What is that about? We're still flat here. We're still squeezing. It's just walking sideways now instead of actually choosing a direction. It's just continuing to extend sideways. I can tell how terrible this. Yeah, it's just continuing to extend sideways. So we really don't have any structure. We really don't have any structure. Um, so I'm just gonna get rid of that, and I'm gonna get rid of this, and we'll just watch it like that instead because there's no structure. Just looking for an explosive move. It's such a tight range. You can choose to take a position in either direction with the stop loss. You can do that. You know, if I was to put this thing on here, that the stop loss is gonna be tight, and it's likely to get hit because it's gonna be tight, and that's what happened. Did I delete that? I might have deleted that. Yeah, I think I did. I think I deleted that. That was what happened over here on Tuesday. Remember, I pushed the stop loss up, and I was like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. And we started doing some wild stuff right in here. So it was in the long position, and I closed it out off of this candle right here, um, within you know, our little range in here, and I pushed the stop loss up to this candle instead of this one. I pushed it up to here, even though I could see. And really because if it had a came down and not respected this, then I would have been looking at, instead of this to the upside, I would have been looking at it to the downside too. I was like, you can move yours or you cannot move it, but I move my stop, and then I just actually closed it all the way out. So I did not do any of this. I didn't do any of this past this point right here. And then the second TP was off of this candle right here. I caught Solana on the long up. But this, I missed out on all of this. I missed out on all of it because I got scared. I got scared. I didn't like the chop, and I got scared of it. And then it did that. It did that. And there's no regretting it. It was like this. We're like this. Hold on. Yeah, we're like that. We're like this. And this is small in comparison. I don't even know where they got this push right here from. This was small in comparison. So it was like this, and then it was like this. No, no, no. It was it like this? I think it might have been like this. Yeah, it was like this. And then rejected, and I was like, nah. And then I had it like this. How do we do this? Was it like this? It might have been like this. It started out something like that. And this is supposed to be a 3-to-1. And then, of course, you leave a runner if you can catch a runner, right? So it was something like this. Something like that. I can't draw it exactly on the 3-to-1. So it would have been something like that. And then again, you leave a runner if you can catch a runner, and then it would have been all that. But when this happened, I was like, heck no. And I had already moved the stop. I'd adjusted the stop for this. Hold on. Turn this back on. I'd adjusted the stop for this. And then you can see where it came in and it stopped it out, even though I had looked at it and I saw that. So I missed all of that. Missed all of it. Don't be like me. Oh, I was supposed to leave that on. Don't be like me. Explosive move coming. Explosive move coming. This isn't really giving me anything, to be honest. We're below it right now, so I'm just going to treat it as such. Did we have I don't know. That just shrunk it even harder. We did have the little higher hmm. I'll block this. It's kind of hard for me right now looking at this. I can't do without having something in here. I really don't like a lower time frame than the 5. I really don't. It's a 3-minute time frame. Really just prefer 15. Let's go take a look at Ethereum, see if we can't do something similar. Well, Ethereum's still holding up inside of the little pattern that we have over here on it. So don't need to adjust anything on this one. It's just Bitcoin. It's really just making it hard. It's just Bitcoin. Yeah, this Ethereum is still in here, in the triangle in here. Just had to redo the one for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Not Ethereum, but Solana. Why am I on a 1 hour? Let me push back. Solana. It's probably more like Bitcoin in terms of not really respecting anything. Yeah, it's more it's more like Bitcoin right in here. But eh, giving me a hard time. Does it look as bad over here? Let's see. Yeah, it does. Looks bad on the 5, on the 7, 12, 15, 30, 30. Reject it off of that 2. Trying to go. Could be looking back here at this point, 886. And then it's probably, yeah, I got plenty of volatility over here. Again, closer towards the lows. Maybe. It's my daughter. I would have felt like this was symmetrical. I don't know why I keep wanting to say symmetrical, ascending triangle formation, but that just failed. Anyway. I was looking at the Zcash. Back above that neckline again. So I guess we don't have to think about the head and shoulder formation. Pushing. 77 RSI. So it's getting to a place in here again where we see a rejection. Like I said, when the RSI is getting this high on this thing right here, it's usually a good place to smash the hammer. I'm not taking a short on it. I can see how much this thing wants to go up. So I'm done with the short ideas on this thing. Just let it. I'm not gonna do it, but yeah, that's a good place to smash the hammer on it when it's, oof, look at it. Look at it. It wants to go. It wants to go. $85, $80, $75. I can already see you all the way out here. I'll let you cool off. I let it cool off because it still has room to run up if it wants to keep going. But definitely, I can't tell you what 85 is going to be at. I tried to figure that out. I really did. But I can't. I can't. Oh, I tell you what though. Cancel. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah. So it may not do anything like that. Oh, go back to the setting. Turn that off. Trying to hit 50. I can't. If it pushed into an 85 read, it would probably be somewhere about there. Or maybe where that third one was at. Can't remember where that third one was at. What was that third one at? The third one was, it's already at the third one, so that's not it. So it had to have been that fourth one. And it's gonna move when the band moves, but that it shouldn't. It shouldn't. So let's see if it popped that again. Let's see if it pops that again. I'm gonna put it right here. Push this into that. See if it hits it again. They already smashing the hammer on this thing. Yeah, RSI is way too high. Not that it can't be high. Not that it can't be high. I'm just looking at where it tends to get short at. Fast money. I wanted it to do it before this candle closed too. 1.32 is a little bit too much. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. See cash back to being the only thing performing again. Let me see what kind of read we ended up getting on the daily. 51. So we finally got above that. For now, we still have to close above this, but that positive MACD delta and all that good stuff. Still have to close on the daily there. 581. We did flip this market structure right here, which is awesome. See what that's looking like again. I really shouldn't play no live candles. It came back up here, so I'm gonna put it on. Nah, I'm gonna leave it right there. Really shouldn't play no live candles. You should let it close. But if you're a DJing, ugh. If you're a DJing. I'm gonna move us back over here. Take a look at Bitcoin real quick. All right, so we coming down towards our little trend line in here again in our little range at the moment. Did you need something? Code. Well, it looks like you're in there. I can't find the code now. That is in because there is no code. Check, ask Julian if he got a code. I really just kind of wait on the reaction on this. I mean, you can DJ in again right here, but I would wait for a reaction because this is negative, and if you know that could indicate that it rolls over because it's negative. Want to wait for it to do something. Like it did something right there. It did something right there. You want to wait for it to do something before you make some sort of attempt on that. Do we have any data today? We have unemployment claims in 30 minutes. 8 o'clock. Get Zcash. 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 I'm not gonna be able to keep drawing these patterns on Bitcoin because it's gonna start to get confusing when we just continuing to stay within this little box, this little range, this little line. Sound like an old lady. Try to be at the church. At the church. Let me zoom back out. Let me zoom back out. That's why I don't like that time frame. I just prefer 15. It expanded on that time frame. Did it expand before off of that? It needs to come back into our little range. It needs to come back inside this little triangle. Hopefully that wasn't the back test rejection. I like the candle. Um, Hopefully that wasn't what that was. Let me zoom out on Bitcoin so I'm not stuck on that. Still trying to make our decision in here. Even though, we know we broke momentum, we're not breaking momentum to the upside just yet. Still. Oof. This is us trying to hold our trend line. That's us trying to hold this trend line. Same thing with that. That's all we're doing right now. As we do have this low volatility, is we're trying to hold on to this trend line. Hmm. It's not looking good. I'm not trying to be negative. Same with Soul, still holding, performing a lot better. Uh, Solana came in for the tap again, right there. Okay, so it broke that. Likely to get a bounce off of this 192. If not, taking the liquidity down here at the low, likely to get a bounce from there off of XRP. So what it looks like, SUI. Everything is basically still pretty much sideways. This is from that gap. This is, let me see. Yeah, can still use that. It's more like a 786, 140. So fill in this inefficiency right here versus the fair value gap bounce. It looks more like something like that. Possible. Definitely would keep the. I mean, right now we just changed this structure over here. Oh, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Equal low liquidity. Because if it drops down into here, then it's breaking this. It's breaking below this low. Possibly even closing below this low. So really want to see it hold around about where it is, and not come into any of this, because if it does that, then likely it could want to take this equal low liquidity. So let me just say start with that. Could want to take this equal low liquidity. It's great liquidity down there. good liquidity right here too, where you had that wick right here, which didn't take that out. So that's good liquidity also. So you can look for a drop into this with the SFP, potentially drop into that with the SFP. I'm going to drop this fair value gap situation and just use this for SUI. So that's number one. Looking at this liquidity being taken with a drop into the golden pocket for a bounce away, some sort of an SFP there. But if not, again, this is great liquidity down here. Equal low is great liquidity. Same thing for BNB. That's how it would be that for BNB also. So 4 hours, so it would be a bigger move for you. It would be an intraday trade if you catch the low on it. It could be taking this liquidity down here. Same situation. Maybe even coming back and testing this trend line here. That's 786. We got room to move. What's that? Monthly. So yeah, back about round about this standard deviation. Standard deviation 1 in here. With the golden pocket. So it looks like we come down a little bit more, unfortunately. Not really feeling the 4-hour time frame at all. Oof. So we get to forget this idea, this concept for a potential inverse. That's not happening. I just kind of use that like a rejection point. Yeah. Broke it, fell back through, rejected it. Yeah, sad. Sad. You can get another bounce around 37. I would take 37. I would look at the 786. I would bypass this golden pocket. I look at the 786. Either 786 or back down here to 37 is what I would look for on ADA. It has a lot of room to still run, move to the downside. So that would be my places to look for along. Either here, either we go from here, or it goes. Let me just say this one. As close to this trend line as possible. Like that. But I I would definitely bypass the golden pocket as a bounce zone. Not that it can't. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like it'll fall through it. It's already breaking. What's that little bit of noise? This is bear diving. It's bear diving. Bear div. Bear div. Might be able to try 23 as a possible bounce level. What are we bouncing off of before the ascending trend line through here? Love you. So that's your options right now. It's going to be, they're very close together, around about this 24 right here, or down here at this 23 here. This zone, 24, 22. That's going to be your zone. So we basically filled in the inefficiency. That would have been the inefficiency, basically. Well, That's the inefficiency right there. That low. That's the inefficiency. Hold on. Get out of here. So look at that. For possible move to the upside for Ethereum. Possible. This is crappy right now. Got nothing. And probably keep it this way until market opens again. And that data comes out here in a few minutes. Little bull div on that 3-minute time frame. Little bear div on that 3-minute time frame. If it don't keep pushing and get back inside this little triangle we had going on. This 3-minute just isn't going to work for me. It's just too choppy. I don't like it. A lot of missing information on that. On the lower you go, it's just not giving good information. Be thinking you're doing something and you're not. You're not doing anything. So I try to stick to like a 15. Maybe zoom out to catch something from a higher time frame, but which I guess in this case would be trying to the low through here. But yeah, don't like it. We saw our clear break in momentum. Back here. Reclaimed and broke it again. It was probably like a what were you? Golden Pocket 786 back test. We're breaking down. It's gonna be a rough day. It's gonna be a rough day if we ain't bouncing away from here. If we're not bouncing away from here, it's gonna be a rough day. $89,124. That's going to be long max pain. $89,124 for Bitcoin. $89,124. That's that 786 we got down below here. So that's going to be long max pain about $834 off from that, according to CoinGlass. So that would be down here around this around this 786 retracement for that long max pain right now. I guess I'll stop with the drawings. Let's see if we reclaim this. If we reclaim this, I'm gonna do away with it. I'm gonna leave it right here for now, just in case it doesn't reclaim it. Use it as some sort of resistance. Actually, you know what? We can just look at the lows over here, and just focus on the range we're in right now. And we got that line right there. Stopped out of Oracle. It's cool. Rotate that money probably into Uber. Uber. Send something out of it now. Dang it. Should have took my profits. I didn't take it, y'all. I didn't take those profits. Did not take the profits. Even when I could see it coming down yesterday, I was like, I'm gonna hold on to it. And that's what I did. I should have taken the profits. Should have taken the money. Instead, I gave the market some. Dang. I just held out some hopium on that one. It happens. Dang it. I could at least move that stop to break even. I didn't even bother to do that. Coin is on our trend line. We just got that information too. Unemployment information below expected. Hold on. We got. Okay, so it was less than. They were saying forecast was 220. Forecast was 220. Actual was 236. So more than it, higher than expected. Higher than expected. You can see how they explain it. Actual less than forecast is good for currency. So unemployment claims came in higher than expected. It's a nothing burger to crypto. Wow. Coin is at the trend line right now. So, and if it's going to be a bad day for it, it's going to be a bad day for Bitcoin too if it's a bad day for coin. This was the good day for coin. And if this breaking down, Bitcoin breaking down. Tesla held the rejection at the 450 so far. There she goes. I guess it ended up being a good little pattern after all with the back test. Mm. We'll put it back on this 15. If we get closer to something down here, we can flip it back over to the lower time frame and see if it's a good entry or not. But 4 hour doesn't look like it wants to play with us today. That's all I'm saying about that 4 hour. It just don't look like it want to play today. Because we're not. It just don't look like. This is the thing. Maybe it turns around. Solana bounced right off of that low. See cash still over here grinding on that correction. Yeah, still grinding on this correction here. Solana. I have to say I don't trust any of this again. It's another day with me not trusting any of it. So last time I didn't trust it, it popped. I don't trust it. I don't trust that at all. And you can just use your golden pocket. Stick with this thing right here. Not bold enough to short it because it's hanging around here. I don't like how it's hanging out. Let me look at it from this thing over here. See Bitcoin. Yeah, I really don't like it. Well, look out for this. You see this? Look out for this. Today. Look out for a move back up into this and failing, because that could lead us down and put in a lower top and give us some sort of a head and shoulders right here off of this rising structure right here. So look out for that. If it doesn't, I mean, if this manages to hold long enough to get a bounce into here, just look out for that. Otherwise, it just drops. I don't like it. Looks like we rejected. Also, the 200 here. Yeah, definitely look out for that. If any sort of a move off of this trend line happens back up into here, look for a rejection for a possible head and shoulder formation just off of this little end over here. Let's see, SMA. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, definitely, definitely. It's distracting me. Hmm. Market's gonna open up soon again. Before I go again, AVGO, it held the support here at the trend line, that we were looking at in here. Again, I will look back up here towards the top side of the channel on this thing right here. Um, but throughout the day, if you do see it break this trend line right here, uh, you saw the setup that could be outside of this right here. If for some reason, if we were to see some big sell off on it, I will look down here again towards this trend line right here. This one, this right here from the rising structure in here, and possibly fill in this gap and, hit that 318 down there, possibly. If you see it start to look crazy today, and just watch out for that. But so far, holding this little trend line over here. So no worries there. And then let me look back at this again. Strategy. Anyway, is there anything else to be had or said on Lily? No, this Eli Lilly. No, we're not doing Eli Lilly. It's Lulu today. Watch that and look for price action to just obliterate this 189 if it gets good earnings, and that's going to be later in the day when you see that. Right now, might be putting in some sort of a little head and shoulder. But your low of your range down here at 162, you can check for that to hold again. And if it's not, then I'll be looking down here for Lulu. Might be another chance there if it fails here. Maybe it's nothing bad. Maybe China holds the market up with sales in China because, see if the U.S. market cares about Lulu. Was this at support? No, that wasn't. Trying to hold that. Let's see. If it holds, it'll probably pull Bitcoin up a little bit. Maybe that's just it. Gap that it didn't finish out right here. Yeah, I got stopped out on this. I got stopped out finally, like I said. So should have taken the profit when I had the chance to do it, and I just didn't. And I should have taken it. I should have taken the profit. I mean, that was a nice enough move up here for me to take the profit. Stupid. I watched it drop back down below here yesterday, and watched this candle happening, and just it's all right. Oh, I was gonna say here with Apple too, because I was just looking at Apple on the 2 hour time frame. I want to feel positive about Apple's 2 hour time frame. I really, really do. Because it looks like it's trying to. I mean, we saw the potential for the head and shoulder situation too, but also just looking at the 2 hour in here, just kind of like how it's. Yeah, I mean, we got problems right here. But I'm kind of liking that. It's slow rounding grind down here. We'll know for sure when the market opens because it is rejecting from that key level of 280, but we'll know for sure. I like the hustle right here. Hopefully, it's this kind of hustle. Yeah. Not that hustle. Not that hustle. See, Bitcoin made it back inside that triangle. That's good. Nvidia still holding up. That's good. Who we looking at? Tesla, the 450 rejection for now. For now, ski. For now. I mean, what are the chances of picking it up somewhere close to this again? I don't think that happens. So let's break that one more time. See how the market getting ready to open. It's only moving when the market is closed. Can't trust this thing. You just cannot trust it. Can't trust it. I don't need any of that anymore. I ain't playing with it anyway. But you can't trust this. I like the grind. I might throw my little cash into Uber today. From the position at Oracle. I'll probably throw that in here. From the position I had in Oracle. Hanging on to 230 right now. I still say downside on this right here for now. It's in the middle of the road. This is starting to look positive, but we'll need to see. But not bad in terms of holding the 230 right now. If it comes up here though, it would be a short. I'm sorry. It would just be a short up here. I would love to long it into it. Go with the 320 and back over here. So you got the levels. I hollowed them out. That's what you look for. Let's see. We got some new stuff in here. Nothing really. SPXW. Fish. Nothing's ticking in here right now. Nothing. Nothing's ticking. See 8:55. See a little Google in here. 3:20. We're just looking at that. We're at 3:20, are we not? Yeah, we're at 3:20. Well, we were at 3:20. Spot buy on 3:20. Put expiry for tomorrow, Friday, 3:20. That's 3:52. I was trying to see. Let me see that. Nothing new in here. So that expires tomorrow. Yeah, all of that stuff you see on the chart is going to expire tomorrow. 3:20 being the big boy, which is why it's dashed out. No, I got 3:10 dashed out. Hold on. This is still gonna be a short. I'm telling you, this is definitely gonna be a short. I don't care if it does a head and shoulder or don't do it. There's really nothing popping in here just yet. It won't even start doing anything until 9:30. Unfortunately, won't do anything until 9:30. Be nice if it did. 8:47. PXW. Figure out what that is. No data. Heck is a hum. What is HUM? What is that? I have no idea what these are. What's today? No idea. CVS. I know who CVS is. At least I think I do. I think it's the CVS drugstore, right? Let me look at the SPY. I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna carry on until 9. Let market open. Look at what we got in here before I go. It's not fair that I always leave when the stock market is opening right before it opens. So check it out and see. Right now, I'm gonna go back over here to Bitcoin because we're not doing anything in that space at the moment. Got 30 minutes on that. And I said I was gonna take a look at. Zcash is holding right now, but every attempt at that high is going to be opportunity to if you want to short it. I just don't think it's going to be the greatest idea because there's some hunger in this thing to get up there. It's gonna take a look at. Okay, VIX fell over. That's cool. VIX fell over. We're at this one, which is the 1562. Probably can update these now, or at least that one. If it's working, it's working. Just keep it there until it's not working. And I think this is done now, though. We can do away with that because it's not doing that. It probably won't. Yeah, I'll keep this one on here. Keep that lower one. VIX total. You can see total through there. Let me drop this one. That. So let me just draw a regular trend line through this. Stretch it out a little bit. That's good. At least but still, it's good that it broke this trend line right here, and it did back test it and bounce away from it. But it still don't look good. It still just don't look good. I just feel like this liquidity is some good liquidity. This low down through here, or even filling in that, just seems 1.15 trill. Oh yeah, I put this trend line back on there after we broke this one right here, and I could see us holding the support. I was like, let me just drop this back on there. On USDT dominance. Keep that one. Wait until we actually violate this one right here. This was the original one, and that first momentum one that broke, and I was like, I need to put that back on there. Where to next if we do break out of that? And it's almost at the top, right? $7.87 to 753 to 787. That might be it. I don't like the golden pocket. We'll see. We're about to find out. That'll be Bitcoin's, final in my opinion to be the golden pocket. So we'll see if that's going to be the same thing over here in USDT. Um, Sol versus Ethereum. See if we can't get some performance out of this thing. I would hate for it to take out this low and actually, start to fall into any one of these right here. So hopefully that'll work out for it. Solana will outperform Bitcoin. Solana will outperform Ethereum a little bit right here. As far as Bitcoin goes, yeah, ain't nothing changed here. Others, you can see what others is looking like. This is a monthly time frame, rolling, 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 rolling. Um, I still can't say this is dead yet. I don't care about the rejection or any of that. I just cannot say this is dead yet. It just don't look like it. until it takes this out, until it starts to reject, breaks and rejects below here. You know, it's still safe. Still might go up. Mm, still might go up. And Bollinger squeeze, squeeze. That's positive right now, too. At least until it's not. It's positive right now. I don't know. I'm not bearish on dominance at all. Mm. All right, Bitcoin still chopping around in here. Is that an inverse? Let's see. Nah, that's not. It's a nice little bottom and tail, but all right, I'm gonna drop this little pattern now. See if momentum actually breaks through this time. It's a nice little bottom and tail. Had to see if momentum actually breaks though. We'll drop it. We are still squeezing. Let me make sure there was nothing in here for no, nothing. Oh, I did not look at gold. I did not look at gold because I put Uber's chart there. See what gold is doing. Everything was acting all weird yesterday, which, well, I guess to be expected. To be expected. Such an occasion. Another rejection. Phew. At least it's hammering at it. Not talking about Bitcoin. I'm sorry. Talking about gold real quick. Yeah, another rejection here, but again, it's still hammering at it. It'll break it. Leave it like it is. I just want to stretch it out. How did I have this like that? I don't think this is necessary anymore anyway, so I'm gonna delete that. Is it flagging? Let me see. Maybe. Maybe. Do it like that. No. Do it like that. Maybe it's flagging again. This looks weird. This looks weird. This won't matter at this point, so I can. Well, I'll keep it in case I need to extend it, just in case, for some unforeseen reason, this does want to fall. Be unforeseen. It's an explosive move waiting to happen though, because we are walking the line here, just hanging out here. I need to get rid of that because I know that can be confusing. So it is an explosive, little range right here. We can see that from the decrease in volatility. So this breakout would not give you time to react. Likely you won't have time to react. Where else has it walked the line before? Right in here, it walked. It walked it right in here before it did that. Hmm. Interesting. Mm, yeah. So definitely walking the line right now, right there. Is today your day? Is today your day? Today might be the day. Still watch that 4280. And then, of course, the top side of the range here, because we have to clear that as well. But 4381, as it does appear to want to bust up out of here today. We'll see. Think so. I think so. See from here to that. I think that's right. And then it dropped it, reclaim. So if it's going, then I would expect for it to go today. I would just consider that a failed breakout. because we could see that it failed. The failed breakout, the back test and hold, or at least it back test and recovered. So if it's going, this is it. This is the breakout today on this. See you rising up down here a little bit. A little bit. Yeah. It did nothing for it yesterday. So that'll be the breakout. Breakout, breakout. Oh, silver. See what silver did. I said this is going to be the last push on silver when it was inside of this thing right here before it did this part right here. I might be wrong. It might not be the last. But I don't like the bear. I mean, I just don't like the bearishness from it. And it's going to show up on the MACD as well. Let's see where else it might have done something like that. Maybe it just, maybe it just does it all the time. Yeah, I guess it just does it all the time. All right, Bitcoin. We're still in our range. All right. Get a pullback on silver today. It's my argument right now. It might. Probably won't be much, but it probably might pull back. Put this. All right, Uber's coming back in here, which is good because I wasn't going to touch it until it came back down. Apple's coming back in and Nvidia's coming back in as Bitcoin is coming back in this morning. 1 minute to open. Circle coming back in. Apple still holding. Alphabet, Google still holding it at 320 right now. And Netflix, for whatever reason, is walking the line. So Netflix is about to get a rapid move. If anybody's in it, it should get a. I mean, the market usually jumps anyway when it opens, but Netflix is about to do something crazy. So it's Tesla, which is probably going to be up for Tesla, maybe. There she goes. It's not expanding yet. It'll have to do a little bit more than that to be expanding. Otherwise, we're still holding our range. I see Solana did go back off and fell the trend line in here. All right. If we're uh-oh. Uh-oh. If we're extending, we're gonna look down here. We saw where the max short liquidation, long liquidations were at on this right here for Bitcoin. We did see that. First thing we'll see if we'll get a reaction off of this. Otherwise, we're gonna look down here. 35. Yeah, that's expanding. It's expanding right now. Let's see. Okay. Dump off on Circle, dump off on Amazon, dump off on Tesla at the moment, dump off on Nvidia. It's at 179. I might get stopped out of that too. Netflix with the dump off, Uber holding because we're looking at Uber on a higher time frame. So on the 4-hour time frame, it's actually pretty good to go. Apple right now. And I'm gonna take a look at what we got going on over here. Yeah, I can see now week low. Week low. So I didn't want to open this up. I didn't want to put on any extra noise, but that did indicate it was a week low. No expansion. No expansion. Let's see if we're gonna take this now. All right, looks like we're taking it. Still got 12 minutes on it because it can't be, nothing. And it's hard to sit on your hands and wait for a candle to close, right? I know it is, but that can be the case right here. Want to make sure that it actually closes. Let's take a look over here. Take a look at this real quick over here as it's happening. I'm not messing with that volatility of Bitcoin at the moment. I'm just not gonna do it. SPY, bearish. Oracle, we already know Oracle is bearish, and that was yesterday. Both of those from yesterday. What we got? What we got? What we got? AMD put. That was sock. There's nothing I can trade. We looked at this earlier. Cisco. Oh yeah, cute. Wonder if you'll give me what I was looking for now. Put. Take a look at the chart, guys. It's NVIDIA right now. No, broke. We filled that out. We filled that out. For my little head and shoulders, let that be it. Let that be it. No, I don't want to do that because let's say we don't come below here, please. That's done right there because that just oof. Okay, keep that. Let that be it. Let's see what else we got in here. Tesla. They're gonna push this one back up. I'm pretty sure of it. I think this is holding like ribbons or something too. Let's see. Yeah, holding that 200 right there. It's been holding that 200 on this pop down circle. Quick reclaim back into this 85. That might have been the great to get that 90 move up there. What did we do? What did we do? This is garbage. I don't trust this one bit. This comes back down here into the 0.886. I will buy me up some, be for a longer term hold because anywhere down here below that is it's going to be a good buy in my opinion, unless it starts to bear div on us, and then that'll be it. Negative MACD at the moment, still yellow instead of orange, so MACD's not orange yet. Amazon coming back up off of that 230. I still say it's a short up here. I still say it is. If it gets in here, or at least gets back up here to that trend line, anywhere between there, let's see. If it gets back up here, I say it's a short because it looks like it can push through this now. So if it does this, I mean, that's starting to look good at the moment, but gets here might be a quick short on it right there. Is there anything here, here? Let me check. Ah, dang. Damn, that was so close, right? That was so close. Mm-hmm. See you, and I wouldn't want to be you. Look what they did to my apple. Look at what they did to my apple. All right, let's see if we come down here, if we hold. Hopefully it's a higher low. Hopefully it's a higher low, and we respect this 20 to 77 now, but if not, start to look back down here at it. Dang, look what they did to my apple. They just wouldn't let me do a TP market. Yeah, it just open up okay, but we'll see how that 2 hour wants to play on Apple. On Apple. See if we can respect this again if we come back down. If we come back down here to it, at least get relatively close enough to it. Dang. See that? It's already broken that, right? It's already broken through this, I think. Already break that. All right. Let's see if you can hold that. Hold that. Hold that. I gotta push this up a little bit. I'm a little bit over. All right. So Bitcoin's still in the range. It's at the top side of the range right now. Failing to break out just yet, but it is above that trend line that we were looking at. We just want to see it follow through. Right now it's still walking the line. So but we know with that MACD sitting like that, it's gonna do something crazy. It's gonna do something crazy. It didn't like it. It didn't like it. So we'll see if we can't do something like this on Apple. Can't respect that 276 again. Come on, NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Yeah, because I added to my position on NVIDIA, that moved my average up to 277. So it's hovering over my stop loss now. It's hovering over, and it actually got an expansion. Dang, that was the thing. Actually got an expansion because we know that it was in that low volatility read with the trend line that we had on the bottom, but I forgot about the expansion. Be asking for a lot for it to stop out right here, right? Be asking a lot for that. That's, hmm. That's not falling over though. It's still hanging out here. That's not falling over. That could lead to something like over here. It's not falling off. Apple's tearing me up. Apple is tearing me up. Since we did get the break there, I just wanted to try to line it up as best as I could. I think that might actually work out for Nvidia. We'll see. Don't want to take it just yet, but that might. It's been a hasn't really been doing much. Oh man, it's about to stop me out. You go on down. You can go on down. This might hold. Oh man, we blasted right through that. Hold on. No wonder I'm looking like trash. It said no. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. I guess we are doing this. Are we doing this? Are we doing a head and shoulder? It broke the neckline now. Oof. That ain't happening. We just broke that. I gotta zoom out on this thing because oof. Yeah, I can't be looking at no 15 minutes. It was the last of the 15 minutes. Mm, it's what it is. What do we do? See. We'll see if we're uh, let's see. That's what I wanted. Okay, so let me go to that one. Let me just push that all the way over there. Since I won't be going back to a 15-minute look at this. We'll see. That's what we looked at on this 4 this morning. Chart is making me zoom out. 38. Yeah. Still been rolling out. Okay. Forcing me to zoom out. It's all right. Guess we got to start looking at 170 as a possibility right now. Mm. Tesla should be preparing to pop here soon. The candles are pretty large on it. It's not doing like this over here. So I'm assuming that it won't won't be too hard on it since the candles are pretty large. Slow down and go sideways be a good indication, but it should be. We'll see. Because if not, then 435 could be back on the radar for. Let me zoom out on this one too. Yeah, definitely worth looking down here now. Yeah, guess we done playing around for 15 minutes. Circle. Let me just zoom out. 2 hours. Can't count this one out just yet. It might still hang around this 85. If it wants to give it up, then I will look down here towards the 80. It might just, um, this one might not be. Might still hang out here. Dang, Bitcoin. Dang, dang. So I can keep this one on a 15. I don't feel no kind of way about this one right now. I think this might be on, or at least might be looking to get a bounce out of this one. Um, I don't really like fibs and stuff like that on this stuff. Really don't. Take 50 off. I'm not gonna take it, but I will wait. Could be coming to a low. Can be coming to a low. I'd rather see it momentum send off, flip back in here or something like that. But it's beyond where we usually go to. This still making a decision. This isn't moving. This is still deciding. Just run back through these again. Wow, see, my stop loss is coming up. Bitcoin is falling off. All right, I'm gonna go back over here to Bitcoin real quick. And the only thing I can see right now is probably gonna be this playing all the way out. Maybe this time actually 310 because it hasn't tapped this 310 yet. We've been waiting on this 310 to get tapped. It hasn't come into it. So measured move, finish playing out here. Knew this was gonna be a good one. This is the one we said would be a good. This is a short one right here. So I would just look for that. Measured move is at about 312, about this low right here. And then this strike right here at 310, it hasn't been hit. This over here would take some time to play out on Apple if it's going to do, you know, if it follows this blueprint or whatever, and see how long that would be before that's done. But it broke this neckline, head and shoulders. That's what we got in play right now. Look for a back test into that 276. Look for a back test on that sometime. Today it could do a back test into it. First things first, we have this ascending trend line here from the channel right here. 271 on this candle right here. Well, this candle right here is about to end. So take a look at, yeah, still about 271. Still about 271 there. Um, we did what I was looking for over here on Bitcoin so far. It did that SFP right there that we talked about, either that SFP or the 786. That liquidity is still sitting in here. Let me check. Yeah, that liquidity is still sitting in here. It's 89, 136 for the liquidity down through here. But the SFP is happening right now. So if it comes back down here, I will look for that liquidity to be grabbed. 89, 136, which means it comes through the 786. Solana, that's a 786 down here with a little tweezer bottom at the moment. That closed with the tweezer bottom. Might be all right. Yeah, this might be our. This looks like nothing, to be honest. It looks like an attempt of, like it's gonna be a failed attempt, is what it's looking like right now. Because this is still walking the line. I don't know. I'd rather not see it walking the line if it's real. See, like this, it's starting to turn down over here on Ethereum, as it's at the 786. So we got the 0.886 coming up, and then we have the low from the range pool, from the Fib pool right here. So below the 786 at the moment. This is overkill. This is overkill. Or at least it's about to be overkill. It's a bull div at the moment. In its current state, it's bullish divergence in its current state. See if it stay like that. Either this is a low right here, or we come into the 0.886 and it wants to hold that and it stays like this. But that's a bull div. That's a bull div. That's a bull div. And we said we wanted to see that on Bitcoin, but we're not really, not really, not really, not really. But yeah, not really. I don't see front running the liquidity, but I mean, okay. See, guys just chilling like you fools. You fools. This might be that attempt. Let's see if it comes back up how it wants to do right here. Mm. Probably be a month from now before we get Tesla at 315. 315 Bitcoin is all right now. Fighting the good fight. It's fighting the good fight. They didn't even take me out on the Nvidia position. Let me refresh this because I don't understand why they didn't close that out. What the heck? How am I still in a I'm in a Nvidia position right now. My stop should have been okay. I'm not in it anymore. It just looked like it over here. All right, so I might take this right here. Ugh, oof. East, east, east. Hate to trade something else in crypto. You know, hate to trade something else in crypto. Circle BS. And they make me do 10. All right. Have to wait on my limit order to get hit on this thing. If it's gonna put me in the trade, then it'll put me in at 84.65. Might already. That's how they do it. Like, I don't know. Sometimes certain things I need to make a notation of this for circle that it other ones like Hood, Apple, Nvidia, Palantir, those will trigger you in automatically. And that when you do your limit, and you can move it, something like circle. Now I know circle. Trade it and find out. So now what's going on without me? It looks like Bitcoin came back up off of that level, guys. Off of that level. Off after that SFP. Yeah, it's not letting me in. I'm not pushing this up higher. Even when I told it the current price, it still put it in for 84.65. So I can't make it take the order. All right, a little bit of a rejection off of that standard deviation one on in this area right here for circle. That's me trying to take it. As soon as I put it in, you see how it did that. How it did that. I don't care. I can be in this thing or not be in it. I can't take a spot because I hold it spot. I'd just be adding to that position, and I'm not trying to do that. All right. Moving right along. it's at resistance right now. I'm not buying at the resistance. It should have just put me in this thing on trade. Could have put me in. I said, put me in. I don't trust that. But like I said, it was walking the line, so it wasn't making sense. Wasn't actually moving away from here. That didn't drop low enough for me to want to take that. This one did, but I'd rather see this come down and finish this out. And I'd rather pick it up at 310. So just come on down. This comes back. I'll try this one. Try Google. I'm interested. I'm not messing with Apple anymore. Can't mess with Nvidia right now either. Other than to look for a short now. We should have been over here. Other than to look for a short. Circle just going on without me. I'm telling you, boy, when you try to manage everything, sometimes it just don't want to. You're trying to manage everything. I mean, I don't play the average low. I really don't. I like to see it break it. It's going on without me. That's the ones I like to play, the ones where they actually break it. That's why I tried with that one. All right, I'm gonna go, and I didn't take this one. This is gonna be spot position anyway. I did want it to. It's probably I probably want to do that. It's a spot position. It's not gonna be a trade. Although I can trade this on BTCC. I can actually trade it on BTCC. Hmm. So that's the breakout today. This looks successful today. Dang, Uber. Mm, it's gonna be a spot buy. I'm not gonna trade that. Buying it right now. Spot. Yep. Buying it right now. Let's get this baby. Order filled instantly. It's gonna be spot buy. Spot buy. I don't care to hold it. I don't care if I'm having to hold it. Spot buy on Uber. Got nothing here but chop. This is just chop. There's no other position for me to take unless this comes down and then I can take this one right here. This looks like it would be interesting if I can get it here. But other than that, I don't have anything else. Yeah, that's gonna be it. If I get this one in here, probably do that. I like to get it like that. It is. That's at 6.3. What's that? Yeah, that stop be tight. That stop be tight. Tight enough. I mean, 50 cent, really, what it should be. I'm gonna look for a push back into this. This this comes first. If this comes first, if it doesn't want to do it, it don't want to do it. Can't force it. Or maybe it chooses. No, that would take too much. This is better if I could get down here. I can't get it. That's the only one I'll be looking for right now. It's gonna be Google. Google. It's gonna be the only one. Hold on. What's that? Back at the neckline. 276. Apple. Let me hide this for a minute. Actually, four, two. Could look to hedge. I could look to hedge. I said that the last time I could look to hedge by taking a short. No, I don't want to short that. Hmm. Let's see where Apple held. I just had to look back at that before I make this decision. Not just that big trend line either. Um, but you see that. Hmm. That brings it down here to this on a daily chart though. That'll move. That will move. Hmm. Think about that. Hmm. Let's see what else on the trade here. I knew Tesla gonna pop his ass back up there. Bitcoin still at that range. It's at the range high now. Let's see if we get an actual expansion. Way to go, Soul. Oh, yes. Way to go, Solana. Solana long and profit at the moment. Look at that crap, man. I tried. I tried to take the freaking long. I'm not gonna trade too much stuff personally. If it looks, if it's at a place where I'm comfortable with it, I'll take it. I don't want to take anything. Look at that. Ah, I wasn't gonna chase the price action either. It's not. Wasn't gonna chase this. So we'll see if it can find a little bit more energy today. We'll see. It looks like it will be overkill up here. If it did come there, that looks like it would be overkill. I'm looking for it to be outside of the norm. Outside of the norm is what I'm looking for because it's still not bullish just yet. It's holding up pretty good, but it's still not bullish yet. So I'm looking for it to be outside of the norm. Outside of the norm would be somewhere, anywhere up here, taking out this high. Anywhere up here looks like it'll be, no, yeah. Somewhere between here and here looks like it'll be outside the norm. So I gotta wait. I'm not gonna. I don't want. I don't like to play it like I've given myself a criteria, and I'm not gonna take trades unless it meets it. And I need for it to be overextended. It's not overextended. Tesla put. I'm just killing time at this point because I need to leave. I really need to leave. This comes back down. Like I said, I am going to take this right here. This comes back down. It gives me what I'm looking for. I'm going to take a position on this, and I'll share this with you tomorrow. How this turns out right here for me with Google, whether it's a hit or a miss. It's holding, but I'm not taking it. Not taking it. it wouldn't hurt me to have tried to hedge, um, especially if it plays out as a head and shoulder. That's gonna kill me. I have to kill it. I'm gonna have to kill it. Actually, I'm gonna have to kill that. All right. I guess I'm gonna look for another position on Nvidia too. If I'm lucky, I'll get it down here at 170 today, and then I'll ride it back up here to 180. So I'll be watching for this one. And I'll be looking to ride it back. Actually, it probably won't even get it there. No, I can get it past that. I can get it to, I don't know why I'm doing all this the hard way. It's more than my little 3 to 1. So if I can get that today, I'll be taking that, and I'll share that since I'm no longer holding any position other than Apple at the moment. I appreciate you for being here today. One blooper was this one. One blooper, but I shared with you. I tried to take this. I can't make them put me into order, and I'm not gonna chase price action either. And I really, this was the only one that really made me feel like jumping in on it too. Just because this was still walking the line, it wasn't accelerating as fast as price action was. It dropped below the average range in here for it, which was what 20. It dropped down to what 20, which is beyond what it usually does. It's usually doing like this thing open, averaging about a 24 to the downside and about a 75 to the upside. So 75 and then 25, about 24.75 to the downside is what it's been averaging before it reverses, before price action reverses. So that's the only reason why I really gave two craps about this one right here, because I really don't care for circle like that, and I don't really want to trade anything else that's in the crypto space. But you can see those same numbers right here. Sometimes it's easier for me to turn that thing off and just see it from here. Those two dark colored lines is the average range on the RSI before price action does, you know, bottoms or tops. This what that's a little indicator I'm playing with right now. And this was just one of those situations where it was the gift that kept on giving in here. So you really like this, and you can see how it continuously until it put in that bull div, and that's why you saw that long sitting on here on it until it put in that bull div, because this was yeah, this is trashy. This is trashy. It wants to pump now. It's trashy. Had about a 15 read yesterday, but you can see how I put in here about 12 is a good place to take this one right here. I noticed how when it dropped down that low, it's usually a bottom signal on it. Like it really gets down and dirty though. 60 has been about a top for it, and you can see where it's at. See where it's at getting this reaction. It hasn't been doing above 60, has been trash for it. Above on this time frame, been sending this thing back down. It was 60 over here, it's 60 now. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking maybe you do more than what you've been doing, and you try to get up here to this 95 right here. But yeah, it's been reversing at 60. That's what it's been doing. It do more than 60. Hmm, I'll be shorting it. All right. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. Google is not coming back right now. Is that some sort of resistance right now? The lows in here. That's confirming that it's possibly, I'll see this sometimes a lot faster. So I can tell it's hitting some sort of resistance in here. Again, if it rejects, if it comes back up here and it rejects and comes down, it's it. All right, I gotta go. I don't really it has nothing to do. Bitcoin, not getting past this point right here, right now. You can see that. Not getting past this point right now. So liquidity again is down here just slightly below this 786. You can look for a sweep of this liquidity now and into the liquidity that's down here at the 786. If it falls back down here, and then look to because it's still just sideways at the moment. It looked like it wanted to roll over there for a second, but it's still just sideways with the weak low. I think it was this one. No, not that one. This one. So it's kind of sideways. So any of those moves down here would deem weak at the moment. And that might be another opportunity to do a scalp position in the hopes that eventually it comes up here and it actually breaks through this. But we're still just kind of stalling out right in there right now. Don't really need this at the moment. So we can see clearly the rejection. Let me look. Support. Oof. To my that 786, honey. Oof. Yeah. Bull diff. Bull diff. That's what we talked about. No, we didn't see this one right here because we saw it on Ethereum. But this is looking a little bully. It's looking like a little bull div right here. A little bull div on this 1 hour time frame. Might not get that chance. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it drops and wicks off of that. Great. Might be worth the risk to just set the position for it just slightly below it if we can get it. If we can get it. Otherwise, uh, I definitely wouldn't try to play a breakout. I wouldn't be a breakout trader on this range right here. You can see how that's worked out so far. It hasn't. Ethereum, even though it has that bullish divergence down through here, it's not given. It came back up here to that trend line of that this little wedgie structure. And you can see the little back, little fell on that. This time might be different. This time might be different where it maybe take this liquidity down here from this low and then try it again. But I like this right now, especially if, well, yeah, I like this right now. I like it. This is going to be good. They're all failing right now, um, including Solana. Threw it back in here. You see this RSI looks like it's broadening. See that broadening formation on this RSI? See that? See that megaphone pattern right there? I think I've only played one of these one other time before. It was Bitcoin that was putting in the megaphone pattern, which means it basically well, you know how a megaphone pattern works. But the low will get lower in price action, and eventually it breaks out one side or the other. But I mean, I think the one that I did, the one I was watching on Bitcoin that time, I think it broke down though. Um, it broke down. This is still just chilling. All right, I appreciate you for joining me today. I need to get out of here, and yeah. All right, so I will see you in the morning. Hopefully, it's a better day in the market because this tomorrow's Friday, today's Thursday. Um, we know how money moves on Thursdays in the market. It starts to leave on Thursday. So whatever we were trying to get out of the market, we're probably behind on that now. Tomorrow be just even worse because it's Friday. I'm gonna take this in video. I didn't plan on it, but I just looked at it and got nothing else happening right now. I'll take this. Probably won't move anywhere today. Anyway, it did pull back, so I'm gonna take it. So I took an NVIDIA position. I'm only taking it because it already had did all of this right here. What price action pulled back a little bit. I'm gonna see how it holds. If it doesn't hold, I'm gonna cut it. And then I'm gonna look for an opportunity down here. But I just went ahead and just jumped into something. I love you. I appreciate you for being here, and I see you tomorrow. I gotta go. Sorry.